All right, we're live. Let me just.
Are we live? Are we now? Yeah.
Share my screen.
All right, now, yes. Well, are we live now?
Yeah, we're live now. Yeah.
Okay. Is there anybody in the chat room? Good evening, everybody.
Not at the moment, no.
Not at the moment, no.
Well, I think with Dave's on at the moment, so maybe if you were over in that chat, but at 9 p.m. that'll have finished anyway, so in another hour it should be finished probably.
Dave, who are we talking about?
Dave, it's called Flat Earth Dave. He used to come on with Rebecca. Rebecca's away.
Right.
They used to come on together and do like a kind of like presentation kind of thing. Well, she was kind of doing the presentations with the astrology stuff sometimes, and then he would just kind of like comment on some stuff. But he's just has his own kind of platform now on his own channel. Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, yeah. Well, let's give a big shout out to the members. Top Corner, Lee Guna, Jess, keeping it real for you boys and girls. So hopefully you'll come on. If you don't come on, I'll understand. It's too real for you. But, if you've got anything to say, you know where I am. I'm always available. Contact, communicate. Real conversations going on. Anyway, we carry on with this. You're having a meet-up soon, aren't you?
Well, Tom Corner is.
You're having a meet-up on Saturday?
It's Tom Corner's. It's at Doncaster. So if you go on his channel, he'll he has I sent people to his video, and he'll give you his he's got his email address in there, and so you can send him an email, and then he'll give you the address or whatever, and yeah.
What, the address in Doncaster, you mean?
Yeah, so I looked at it. I think it was it's actually I was thinking at first it was near the train station, but it's not very close to it actually. But I'm not too bothered. I don't mind walking.
So you're going. Is your mum Jennifer and Steve?
No, they're not going. No.
Oh, okay. All right. I suppose they're going to prepare for their bungalow warming party then, I suppose. Yeah?
I don't know.
Your mum was talking about having some kind of bungalow warming party.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. No, I don't know.
Okay, so you're not sure about that. All right. But you're going on a meet up on Saturday then, yeah?
Yeah, I'll be there just for a few hours or something, and then going back.
Yeah, you're coming back because you've got real conversations going on Sunday.
Well, no, but it's on Saturday, so I'll be back. So, I mean, Lee's going from Friday to Sunday because he don't want to drive his car there or something, because there's someone up with it or something like that. So he didn't want to risk that apparently, and so Tom's picking him up and then on Friday and then dropping him off on Sunday. But probably because Tom has to be there all day Saturday, so I can't do it Saturday or something. But yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like it's going to be a right good one. People are going to be downing wine, piss, and beer. Sounds like good. Sounds like a good one, eh? Yeah. Yeah, well, that sounds like it's going to be a good one anyway. So you're definitely going in, yeah?
Yeah. I'll look at it weather's going to be really nice, so try and make most of the weather, eh?
Yeah, we've had we've had good weather, but in between that, we've had some rain.
Yeah, well, it's not been that great this week's been kind of mixed. There's been some like, sunny weather, and then there's been some really, heavy downpours, and it has warmed up the last few days though, but it's meant to get nice tomorrow, and then the weekend's meant to be nice, so that's good.
Yeah, well, we've had lovely weather, as I was saying, but we've had a couple of days where it's rained on and off, and the heat and then the rain, thunderstorms. We had a typhoon as well. So, yeah, but it's nice anyway. I've enjoyed it. Been out there cycling. I picked up a puncher, which I'm in the middle of just replacing the inner tube this time round. Puncher's right in an awkward place, right on the valve. Oh, actually, you can't really fix that. It's a chuck away, that one. So I'm going to put a new inner tube in there. I've got it all set here right now, looking at it. I was actually going to do it after my run, but my son was awake and he wanted me to come upstairs and play a couple of games with him and that because he wasn't sleeping. So we played games. I massaged his feet. I did the laundry, and together we went to the laundrette again. Second time this year that he's accompanied me to the laundrette. Very rare. We were there about 1:30 a.m. Can you believe that? And he's still up.
Huh.
Right, so we did that. We did the laundry, and then we returned back. I went to the convenience store, bought one can of beer and a little lemonade to make a shandy because he was thirsty. And we bought some crab meat, and we had crab and a shandy together. And then carried on massaging his feet, and he's watching his program, his animation, American Dad, cracking his head, laughing his head off. We were, and then he fell asleep. He fell asleep about 40 minutes ago. 45 minutes ago, roughly. He's just gone to sleep, literally, really. And it's now just gone 4 a.m. in the morning. So he's thoroughly enjoying his summer holiday.
Well, that's good then.
Yeah. Quite interesting the way that the children spend their time these days. Here in Japan, they're up at 1 o'clock playing games. From house to house on the internet. They link up, just like we're linking up to communicate on this thing. They link up and then they play their games. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. Whoa. I don't really say much to them because it's their era. Let them have it, is what I say. They're on holiday, so may as well do as you do. And then later on, about 10 o'clock in the morning, he will then go to his friend's house and carry on after a little kid. So they really love it. He's the youngest of 4 boys, so he calls me upstairs. I'm downstairs because when I'm doing the hang-ups and that, sometimes I raise my voice. I don't want to scream the living room down, so obviously downstairs, better off in the classroom. So he often calls me to come upstairs. So I was fixing my bike, and he called me, so I just left it and went upstairs. So I'll finish it off later on today. I'll do that. 15 minutes, that's all it is, 20 minutes at the most. All I've got to do is just put the actual inner tube into the actual tyre and pump it up and then put it back on the right. Do you do your own maintenance, do you?
Me?
Yeah.
Not really, not well. Like what?
Well, on your bike.
Well, I don't even really use it that much these days. I mean,
right. Well,
sometimes
there's a problem there. You need to be using it. Keep yourself fit.
Well, I just usually do like running or something. Like if I don't know, I've just not been. I don't know because I don't know. It just like I don't know. I've kind of. I don't know. You kind of fall out with it and stuff. I don't know. Just.
Into musicables in the house, saying hi to everyone. How you doing, man? Nice. Thanks for turning up. Appreciate that. P Mars, nice to see you. Nice. And Sky Bright Brian, nice to see you. But you didn't come to see me, but it's nice to see you anyway. There you go. And you got the link. You can come on the panel, have a little chit chat. I'm going to talk about probability in a minute, but I just wanted to, you know, catch up with Jamie with his meet up and that. And then he was talking about doing your exercises. What do you want to gain weight? Are you trying to gain weight?
Well, I don't want to lose any more weight. Put it that way. I mean, I don't know if I want to get. I don't know really. Like.
Well, how much do you weigh at the moment? What is your weight now in kg?
Last time I checked, it was like I think 71.5.
Okay, 71.5. Now you should always check your weight on a daily basis, because if you've got your bathroom scales in the bathroom and you go to the bathroom on a daily,
well, I do check it like most days. I mean, it's
every day.
Yeah, well, pretty much every day if I have access to it. But I don't want to be like getting obsessed with it or any of that.
No, this is not an obsession. What it is, right, is this. If you don't, like me, I don't go to the doctors, okay?
Yeah.
I don't go to the doctors at all. I've been in Japan 20 years. I've tried to maintain my weight. In winter, my weight goes from 80 kg to 85, 87, 88, 89, 90. I gain 10 kg in the winter. Less activity, not burning off enough calories. Okay, but I watch that. And then when we come into the summer months, I start to drop it again. So I am now currently 83 kg at the moment. I'm 57, and for my height, I should really be 75 is what I want to be. Right, that'd be my ideal weight. That's the weight I used to be when I was in my 20s and 30s. I'm 57, so I'm trying to keep that weight. You see what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So, hence the cycling and the exercise and going to the mountains, trying to keep that weight. So if you're taller than I am and you are 71, maybe you want to be 75 would be an ideal weight. That would be much.
Well, that was the weight I was for a time, and then I did lose some weight, and then I'm trying to put it back up on a bit, like so. But I used to be at about like 80 at some time, like a couple of years ago, I think.
Right. I'm 5'8.5" now. So you're only 23, 24. Yeah. Right. So you're 24, and I am 57, and I'm trying to maintain a 75. The best I've ever got over the years, the last 3 years, is 77, and that was in winter. And I was jogging with my son and that, and after I had the sauna, I weighed myself, and I was 77 kg. But that was the best over the past, I'll have to say, 3-4 years. Okay, ooh, I haven't seen 75 for a long time.
Yeah. So what?
And I'm 5 foot.
So
my height is 5'8.5".
5'8.5". So you're a lot. So you're a lot shorter than I am, really.
Yeah. I'm 5'8.5".
So if you go on like let's have a look. So if I put in, so in the BMI, but
yeah, my body mass index. Yeah, go ahead.
But it's not always like I mean it is accurate in a way, but it's like, well, if you've got muscle on you, then it doesn't really count so much because muscle is going to add a lot to the BMI. But if you just did
I'm muscular. I'm not worried.
Yeah, if you're not too muscular, then that. So say five. Let's kind of. It doesn't give you like a half. Well, I'll put it up. I'll round it up to 5'9" then, and then weight in pounds. So I'll have to change that to. Is there not a way to change that to kgs? Buying on metric units, other units. So I'll try and put it into. into Imperial somehow.
We've also got super looming hyena in the house. Good evening to you, wherever you are. Or good day, good morning, whatever. Nice to see you.
Which KG?
Nice. You lunatic. Carry on.
I'm just trying to find the KG like thing.
Scale, yeah, the KG scale, yeah.
So
my body mass index, I should really be percentage-wise on body fat. I should be round about 20 or 21 for my height. I'm currently 23.
Oh, so that's what. So you know, like your BMI then. All right. Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's.
yes. On my scales, it all comes up on my scales every day when I weigh myself. It's all there automatically. I get it all.
Well, I usually fluctuate between about 19 and 20. So like, yeah, it's on the lower end of normal, but it's considered in the normal range. I mean, 18.5 to 25, I think, is normal range. So.
Right.
Yeah.
I fluctuate between 23, 26. 23 and 26. That's where my body. That's where I fluctuate with that.
Well, 26. If you get into 26,
16 level. It says,
yeah.
16 to 17, which isn't bad. I mean, I'm not complaining really. I mean, I am 57 after all. I mean, I'm not spring chicken. But what keeps me going is obviously my exercises, and in these charity runs that I do each year. I've got one coming up in November, and then the next one will come up in February. It's 6 miles, and the other one is like 5 miles. So it's just charity run, nothing mega. Do that every year. But yeah, and then as for eating, I mean, I'm not taking in carbs. I haven't done a lot of carbs this year, really. All I've done is mainly vegetables and the shandy, a glass of wine, occasionally with the food. Protein in the way of crab meat or raw fish. Untold veg, though. Bit of fruit this year, but untold veg. Done the fruits. I've done strawberries. I've done raisins, dried fruit. I've done this season. It's peach season now, so we've got peach and pears. So I'm doing that as well. Putting that, mixing that in with it, and nuts, cashew nuts, walnuts, almond nuts. I've had that nuts 3 years. I've done a whole packet of cashew nuts 2 days ago. Well, Tuesday. So where are we? We are okay. You're Thursday, so that would have been Monday your time, Tuesday my time. I've done a whole packet of cashew nuts, dry roasted, no salt, fresh from Bangkok, which I got as a gift from my student, and I've done the packet in 2 days. They were that good. Yeah, killed them all. And of course, my body took the nutrients it needed and wasted the rest.
Yeah, they're not cheap though, are they?
Well, this was a high quality, high class stuff. So but they're cheap in Bangkok, by the way. Go to Bangkok now.
Well, if you get them from where they come from, they will be, won't they? Because they've not had to be transported all over the world.
Yeah, that's right. Well, my student goes to Bangkok every year, 3 times a year with her husband. Her husband works for Hitachi here, and they have factories and business in Bangkok. So he's always up 3 times a year. He's there and he's visiting friends as well. This time round, one of the colleagues got married in Bangkok. So she asked me, "Did you want anything?" I said, "Not really." I said, "I'd like some cashew nuts, really, because I can't seem to get the unsalted roasted variety here. They've always got salt on them, and I hate that." So she got me this massive bag, right? And it's the high quality ones, with the large ones, really big as your little finger in size. Yeah, man, wicked. Or as big as your little toe on your feet, like really nice. And yeah, I killed the packet off in 2 days. They were that good. But yeah, so it seems like if you want to gain weight, obviously you've got to do the exercise. If you want to gain weight in a muscular sense, you've got to do like a circuit training is a good one. Circuit training where you've got muscular work and cardiovascular work. Okay, but it's more muscular than cardiovascular, as it were. I do that myself. Like I go to the park. I'll do a 1 kilometer. It's 1 kilometer. Yeah, it's a kilometer run, and then I'll get to the jungle gym, and I'll do 10 pull-ups. That's underarm pull-ups, 10, right? And then I'll go from there on to 20 sit-ups, right? 20 sit-ups across the parallel bars, right? And then I'll go from there immediately into 20 dips, right? And then from there, straight up onto the hoops, right? Because it's all on this one jungle gym thing, straight up onto the hoops, and then 20 leg raises, and then run around another kilometer, and I do 3 sets of that, and then back on the push bike and gone. Can you see what I mean? You're going to get a lot of muscular there.
Yeah, it's like. Yeah, well, there seems to be a lot of cardio in that though, with like the cycling and stuff and.
Well, yeah, there would be
running.
some. Yeah, I suppose you're right there, but you're going to get like the muscular as well with that.
Well, I've heard like the best types of running for muscles like is kind of like short, like kind of bursts up hills and stuff. Like, well, that's more for like leg muscles and stuff, really.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what kind of fitness you're after. I'm after like a mid range, so I can do the short stuff and I can do a little bit of long distance. That's what I mean. That's what I want. That's the kind of fitness I want. So I go to the mountains and get muscular therapy, if you will, all through the legs, and you've got the incline, and then so you've got your cardiovascular working as well.
But you have like calisthenics, where it's like body weight stuff. You must have heard about that. Pardon? You know what calisthenics is?
Yeah, I know what calisthenics is, yeah.
I mean, I've heard that you can't really build as much like muscle with that, but it's more kind of like lean muscle mass really that you can get from that.
Yeah, which I think would suit you well,
yeah.
Jamie.
Yeah, like I'd like to get like you know, like abs or something, and just kind of more definition, and like that's the kind of look I'd want. I wouldn't want to be like bulked out too much. That's not what I'm after. Yeah.
Goldfish Brain Owl says, BMI, beer, me, infinity. Hey, I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, so I do that kind of thing, 3-4 times a week. And then I do a 3-mile walk with dumbbells. And I've got 6 layers on there. Where in 6 layers, I've got like me training gear, which makes up 4 layers, and I've got a jacket. We've got a winter jacket, it's a climate comfort thing made by a company called Champion. I'll zip that up. It's a grey colour, so I'm not attracting too much attention there. But I've got red gloves and I've got my dumbbells. The dumbbells are like 3 kg each. Right, so I'm carrying 6 kg as well, and then we're off on a walk, 3-mile walk. Sweating buckets, doing a couple of exercises as I'm walking along, moving the arms up and down, punching, raising up the dumbbells. People think I'm a nut, but I don't give a shit. Excuse my friends, I don't give a damn, as you know. So I just keep going, yeah, man. And I enjoy that as well. I've got music on the go, so I might be listening to like Prodigy coming through my iPhone. That's a nice tempo, so I'm enjoying a little bit of the rave scene as I'm doing the exercises. I love it. Speaking of which, did you know that the lead frontman passed away this year in March?
Yeah, I did know that. Yeah, heard he passed away. Yeah.
Did you know how he passed away?
Can't remember.
Yeah, he had hanging.
Well, yeah, I think I remember that it was supposed to be like a suicide thing. I don't know. Is that really what you think happened, or do you think that's just kind of like cover up for someone else, or what?
It wasn't suicide for me, right? The reason I say that, I mean, let's go with what the masses and the main fans are going with, and that is that he said that once he was done with life, he would end his life. Those were his words. He said, once he's done, he's going to end his life. And he reported to have said that, okay? But this is a man who's got concerts. They were fully booked this year and for next year. They've got things and irons in the fire. They were busy, Prodigy. They were busy, okay? But the funny thing is, he split with his Japanese wife, DJ Mayuki Kai, I think, or something like that. Mayumi Kai. I think it's DJ Mayumi Kai. I may have gotten her name wrong, but Kai is definitely the surname. Mayuki, something like that. Mayumi Kai. Japanese woman. You know what I mean? It was the Japanese woman. So I thought, wow, I didn't know that. You know, but they split up just before that he died. He went back to Japan. Didn't have any children, did they? Which surprised me. No kids. She's a DJ in Japan and that, so still doing it, I believe. He sold the house, split up the money with her. Shortly after that, he takes part in the Chelmsford Park Run, gets a personal best, because Keith Flynn was into his fitness as well, you know. He rode a motorcycle. Had a motorcycle team. They were doing quite well. They won a few races. He's a racer himself. So hence why you've got to keep fit. I ride a motorbike. I ride a Honda CBR 1000. That's why my name is CBR 1. This was after the Honda, right? Okay. So you've got to be fit to ride the bike. Otherwise you'll die on the bike. Such is the power of these things. But my one can do, well, it's still 180. I'm taking it up to 180. Right, his bike, all the money that he had, probably do 200. And he was into all that, you see. So for him to take part in a charity run, right, and then 2 days later, hang himself, I don't get it.
Yeah, it doesn't really add up, does it?
No, doesn't add up at all. Took part in a charity run. You can see the pictures of him. Chelmsford Park charity run, got a personal best. That's enough to boost you. He was 49, fighting a flat.
Yeah, because you think that, because I've heard like when people get depressed and stuff, that when they actually do something, they like become of service to people, then it actually gets them out of that and lifts their spirits more and actually kind of spurs them on more, even, you know, like just don't really add up, does it, when you think about it?
Well, that's right, you see, that's right. And it was his wife who got him off drugs the first time. His Japanese wife helped him to get off the drugs, you see. And he bought this property in Chelmsford. He took part in the renovation of it, so his hands were in there renovating. So he was very, very house proud. He was proud of his home, apparently. He put his hands into it and built it up proper. And then he had I think he had about 4 dogs, I think, and a quad bike, and his wife, and together they, you know, it was their pride and joy, living in the British countryside, Chelmsford. You know, he was living the life of Riley, I would have to say. He was worth 15 million at his death, so he was doing all the right things in that sense, you know. But then why did they split up? I've got no idea. Haven't really looked into that as to why they split up. And then he ended up hanging himself though. He tried to kill himself before on the drugs. He said he was thinking about it, but he was a coward, were his words. So, you know, don't know what happened, man. Just didn't seem right. Didn't seem right there. But the music they pushed out was pretty good. I got into them from 1996, where with the Fire Starts Up, when he came on the screen, and I only managed to see that particular track from my friend who was, I call him Tim just for now. He called me, invited me to his house. I went up there. We had a spliff, you know, smoking. He goes, look at this, watch this track, this geezer's amazing, watch it. And when I saw this guy, I thought, what a nutter, is all I could think. This guy was a lunatic, right? Fire starter, under fire starter, twisted fighter, fire starter. The music was good, the rhythm was brilliant, his performance was excellent, but he was one nutter. And according to all the write-ups, he scared a lot of people, apparently. Right. And a lot of people, that performance. England banned it. You could only watch it on MTV. You couldn't watch it on any British music program. They wouldn't put it on.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Yeah, they wouldn't air it. They wouldn't air that performance. It was so frightening. Right? You watch it regularly on music channel. I used to watch it on MTV. And I thought this guy was a nutcase. But the music was good. You know? So I got into it from there. I got into Prodigy from there. So 1996, 1999, I've come to Japan. Right? So when I came to Japan in 1999, I stopped listening to Prodigy and that. I've moved on from there, listening to the old stuff I used to listen to before, drum and bass and everything else. And then, funny enough, though, 2016 sees me getting back into Prodigy on a charity run. I thought, I never listened to Prodigy. I've listened to them for ages, man. Let me see what they've been up to, man. What's going on with me, man? So I reconnected with Prodigy on the iPhone. Music app there. Okay, put it in, did the training, got back into it, charity run. Yeah, I'm back into Prodigy again. Well, yeah, they were doing well. And then this year he's gone. I thought, bloody hell, man. What is going on out there? Their front man's gone. I reckon he was taken out. Can't believe he hung himself. Can't believe it. Just can't get it. Somebody hung him. Because Prodigy are very clearly, and they've stated themselves, very anti-establishment. They're very vocal on that. They haven't hit it. They haven't done what the normal bands have done. They refuse to go on top of the pops, for example. Now, usually when you go on top of the pops, it's your license to fame in a way. It's your catalyst. Boom, and you're going to be there now, right? But they refused that. They said they want to do it their way. They didn't go to all the media everywhere. They let the media come to them. That's how they've been, you know. And they've done quite well with it. But they were particularly angry at the criminal justice law that they came into power that stopped all the raids. That was their biggest gripe, especially Chief Flint. He really hated that. And that was his catalyst to performing the way he performed, if you will. Part of that is the anger against, you know, the freedom to be yourself is what Prodigy, in a way, is about in one aspect. And that's what I like about that group. Very revolutionary, in a way. And I think perhaps that power that they've got to unite a lot of people under a common banner of love and affection, get together, keep together, let's enjoy, could have frightened the powers that be and or worried them, and they took them out to try and break the group up. Because Prodigy were a pretty powerful group, I must say. And what do you think of the group? You know, I'm talking about it much. What's your, or anybody else in the chat room, guys? What do you lot say about Prodigy? If it's your cup of tea or not? What do you reckon, Jamie?
Well, you know, I mean, I've heard a few songs from. There's a couple of songs that I could listen to, I guess, and you know, I mean, it's not something I'd listen to all the time, but I don't mind it.
Yeah, they're a good British group. You know, done well in the US. Yeah, man. They did push the envelope all the way. They're still kicking it now, even though they're a man down. But it did surprise me that they're still kicking it now. Why they went down was a bit of a surprise. I must say.
Don't look like anyone else is coming on then, or at least not right now.
Not at the moment. Yeah, well, whatever floats their kite, whatever floats their balloon, you know. Keeping it real, that's what it's all about, and I've always tried that.
Is it whatever flies your kite?
Yeah, whatever flies your balloon, whatever flies your kite, whatever.
Whatever floats your boat,
hydrogen, whatever you like. But yeah, you know, I've always been a character that I try to keep it real. If I come on, I want to talk about something, and I want to give a damn. I don't want to be surrounded by people who don't give a damn. I don't think that's good, really. Got to give a damn. It's because of not giving a damn is why we're in this mess now. And I think as we get older, got to start giving more of a damn, not giving less of a damn. You know, blimey. I think with the discoveries that have been made of late, being, you know, where we're not living on a spinning ball, that should be enough for a revolution. And I keep saying it, but that should be enough to rally everybody together. But at the moment, the message is not getting out there. So now we're going to move on to the globe lying tour of Europe. What have you heard, Jamie, about this?
Not much really. I don't follow any of that stuff.
Well, are you interested in that stuff?
No.
Not really. Oh, well, that's fair enough. No, that's all very well done. Yeah, I'm interested because I think what they're about to embark on, I think it's 64 countries, 14,000 miles, 39 destinations. Something like that. You know, I might have got the numbers on there, but I know it's 14,000 miles. I heard the number 39 stops in 64 countries as Europe and the UK together. Yeah, I think what they're going to do is brilliant. They've got this telephone on. What do they call it? What expression now? Telephone, where you phone in and give a donation.
Have
you heard about that?
What's that?
A telephone.
What telephone?
A telephone, which is to promote the Globe Light Tour. It's been on the YouTube for a couple of weeks now. A number of channels like Paul on the Plane, big shout out to Paul on the Plane. He says whatever people donate, he will match the highest donation capping it at $1,000. So if someone donated $1,000, he will donate $1,000. If someone donated $200, he will donate $200. He'll match the highest donation, which is good, I think, out of his own pocket. And he might have raised the money through his channel, but at least he's plowing it back in. I mean, what do you think of a bunch of British individuals? And Mark Sargent's going to join them. I think D. Marble might be joining them as well, although his life's taken a little change in the romance side of things. Who knows if he's going to be there? Maybe he is. I hope he is. You know, going to join the Globe Light Tour. I mean, what do you think about that? British people getting themselves together and going around nationally around the country, informing people of where they are, or trying to, and then taking it to Europe. I mean, what do you think about that?
Well, people telling other people what they think is the truth. I mean, I don't know. I don't really think it's gonna really do anyone any favors, really. I mean, I guess it's good to get people to question things, but it depends how you go about doing it. I mean, because you're talking to me like I'm kind of, because you know what my stance is on all this stuff, and like, the only good thing I can see about it is it gets people to kind of question things, like, because you can't just take it for granted or whatever what you believe in. So if it gets them to kind of understand why they think it's a globe or whatever.
Yeah, well, super looming hyena seems to think that the super celebs, so-called, you know, big channels, are just doing it to line their pockets. Well, I mean, I don't know. You know, they're giving out good, concise information, which they otherwise would not hear of. It's being debunked on the YouTube through algorithms. Yeah, it needs to get out there. The masses need to know that what they think they're on is not what they're on. That needs to go out. And that's not telling the people, they are informing the people. They're going there with their hands open and the information to upload to the people. They're going to meet a lot of resistance, and some abuse along the way, of course. But that's part and part of doing that. And I think that's a good thing to do in this world of fake news, as they call it, which has been around from when you were born, when I was born, and before. Okay? We've been lied to from our birth. Right? So, I just think that people who are going to do that, I salute them. I will be part of them. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it wouldn't be the money for me. It would be my raw energy and the rawness of the information, the genuinity of the information itself is what is going to motivate me. Because you know where I'm heading for that revolution and outsing government. That's what we've got to do. Can't have a government telling you what to do all the time. That's the worst thing. Pumping it on the TV, pumping it in the magazines, even controlling the music industry so that you don't go flat up. And believe you me, if I was in Prodigy Group, they would have to sing it. I would approach them and get them to sing this stuff, and really push the news out there. Because that's what we need to do. Get this information out there every which way we can. Every which way we can, do. So I feel that people who are going to go around Europe from the British side of things and go across the UK as well, excellent. It's going to be the second time now. So they've taken on a bit more. They've taken on Europe now. Now I think Europe is behind Britain when it comes to this. So they're going to be in the forefront of informing, like Prodigy, ahead of their time. So they're going to go to Europe now and really inform them. Go to France, snot the red and yellow vest. You should be revolting against the bloody flat earth information that you didn't get. Look at you, you're revolting, you're having a revolution for the wrong things. But anyway, I think that's really important. I think it's pretty good that what they're going to do, sacrificing their time. Some people might look at it as a luxury holiday being paid for by the masses. That's what people are saying. I say, you can think that if you like, but I don't see it as that. It's work. They've got to go out there. They've got to meet the people. When you watch it, you can be bothered to tune into it on a daily basis. Look at the effort they put in. And look at the reaction of the people, positive and negative. It's an emotional roller coaster ride, what they're going to go on. And they're going to do a grand job, like they did last year. And I'm going to be supporting them all the way. You know what I mean? I wish I could be there with them. I feel I'm missing my calling. I really do. Disappointment, I can't be with them. But anyway, what about you, Jamie? I mean, what say you, man?
Well,
really? You think they're doing the wrong thing? Yeah? I'd like your input.
Well, I mean, I'm not. I let people just do what they want, really. I mean, whatever. But yeah, like, where do you see all this stuff going in 5 years' time?
Well, I mean, I'm hoping that if they make big inroads this year into the UK again, and then into Europe, let's say, and the Americans get their act together there and keep pumping it out and not give in. Well, I mean, I just see our numbers growing. We've got to move to the target, which we call the tipping point. We've got to keep working for that. So for me, it's just more of the same. Hammer and tongs and just keep going for the next 5 years. Keep it going. Do not give up. Relinquish nothing. Increase numbers. That's what I hope.
I mean, if you think it's flat and all that, then you've got to make sure that you've got an explanation for everything. Otherwise, what's the point in even trying to? Well, there isn't an explanation on a flat Earth, as far as I know of, for lunar eclipses or any of that stuff.
There's enough there to be getting everybody fired up. There's enough. There's enough information to get everybody fired up to realise that they're not on a spinning ball. And once you can get that seed in their head, we're on our way. We're on our way, indeed. So, yeah, the information is there. Is your mum in the house?
Is she in chat?
Is she in chat, is she?
Yeah.
Super Looming Hyena says, Jamie, exactly. Nothing will ever change. There ain't gonna be a revolution or utopia like G thinks. Never gonna happen. It'll happen. See, never, never, never. Never say never. Telling you. It's gonna happen. Telling you, man. It's gonna happen. Hyena. Parasite. Hyenas are parasites, isn't it? They live off, weak prey. But yeah, they're most successful hunting back though. Yeah, I mean that's the title in itself for the hyenas. And the most successful hunter pack, the hyenas. Most successful, right? It's more successful than the wolves. That's a lot to say for their small size. But nah, yeah, that's too defeatist. That's too defeatist. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's got to come across in a stealthy manner, but it's gonna happen, man. You watch. Mark my words, man. It's coming. That utopia's on its way. People are giving up too soon. That's what I mean. Because people don't give a damn. It's not going to happen if you don't give a damn. If you give a damn, it will happen. Got to make it happen. Got to. Why give up? You've got to understand it. Come to an understanding of where you are knowledge and pass it on. But anyway, yeah. Well, that was my 6 worth. Yeah, good luck on a Globe Live tour. It's coming up towards the end of this month. They're going to kick off, I hope, for September. That's looking good. I'm looking forward to that because what I saw last year was just fantastic. And one big thing I forgot to say is disappointed that Harry won't be with them. That there for me is just, I am a little bit flabbergasted there. But, I don't know what happened. I hope he will join. Yeah, but anyway, good luck with that. What you got to say, Jamie? Anything?
Not really, no.
No. I'm not going to wish him luck then.
Well,
eh?
What kind of look good do they really get?
You're not going to wish him good fortune, no breakdowns, and good health, no accidents.
Well, for that kind of stuff, obviously, I mean that you wouldn't expect that to happen anyway, but that's only like a kind of it's a pretty kind of extreme kind of scenario, but
well, it's a second-hand van they're using.
I suppose it's more likely to go wrong then or something because it's a second-hand van.
Right, it's a second-hand van, so there's something might go on, So it's always the long-distance journeys bring out the worst in a van it can do. So
well, that would be kind of, really up to them to make sure that it's decent enough to go for that kind of length. So if something goes wrong with it, then maybe they should have thought things through. But I guess
they've got the experience.
It's not.
Jason became a mechanic and saw them through a few of the problems they had. You might have one or two hiccups along the way, they might make it. But okay, so you're not going to wish them luck. Right.
Well, I mean, I guess you wish them kind of health and everything, but.
Well, okay, so you wish them a good voyage. Bon voyage. Okay, have a good one. I'm going to follow them anyway. As long as they put it on live, I'm going to follow it. Looks like it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. I mean, they're going to go to Europe, and this is what Europe needs. They need this wake-up call. And I've been looking. I haven't really seen anything flat out ready kick off. I've seen a lot of resistance from the French. When I think they were in Newport or somewhere like that, where there was a French guy really adamant that we're on a spinning board and that, and it was to-ing and throwing and all that. And in the end, we had to concede that, we know what we know. See you later, stalemate it. Had to stalemate there, but he was found wanting with the information. He couldn't prove his facts, and that's that. And he just denied the proof that was offered to him. So there you go. Cognitive dissonance was at work there clearly. And I actually put a comment in there for that one to that character. But yeah, all right. So that was the end of the flat Earth thing for now. I spoke about the prodigy that I wanted to talk about, and I'll be just. Oh, another thing. Did you hear about NASA being given the go-ahead? This is the source of this information is from the BBC. I heard it 2 days ago on a podcast. NASA reckons they discovered one of water, masses of water on Jupiter, one of Jupiter's moons, and they've been given the go-ahead to go and explore it.
Huh.
Did you hear about it?
No, I've heard that they're supposed to be going back to the moon in like 5 years, but I don't really follow it too much. It's like, well, I just don't really care. It's like.
This is 2 days ago. Apparently, one of the moons on near Jupiter, one of Jupiter's moons, has a lot of water, which they say can sustain life. Not probably, or might be able to. Or there's a possibility can sustain life. How? That's just wow. I mean, that statement alone for me. Well, that's too. I mean, they're telling me that is for sure. Too strong. You know, can sustain life. Bodies of water that can sustain life. And they're going to be sending over out there anytime soon. Did you hear about that? Did anybody hear about that in the chat room? Anyone in the chat room hear about that?
Not really.
They've been given the green light to go explore. They're going to get monies and that.
But so, if they find somewhere that can sustain life, though, like what? I mean, but will it be as good at sustaining life as here, though? It's like there might only be certain areas where you can actually kind of have life on. There might be kind of, kind of theoretically, there might be, or hypothetically, there might be only a sweet spot where you can actually have life on it, and everywhere else it's maybe the radiation's too high or whatever.
Hello. Here we are. Miserable Rex is in. How you doing, Miserable Rex? Hey. Right, what have we got there? We got super looming hyena. What's he saying here? Oh yeah, he's saying that Trend Morning Sky is saying that the globe is too strong in people's minds. But like Jim says, never say never. Right. Thank you very much for your support there. Nice one. Super Looming Hyena rebuffs. Jim, I'm not personally attacking you. I'm critiquing your ideology.
Critiquing, yeah.
Critiquing. Okay, well, I've got the Q wrong, haven't I? Never mind.
Yeah.
Critiquing.
Maybe you shouldn't be teaching English.
So Super Looming Hyena, this is Government Brian. Correct, dude. Okay. So what say you, Sheriff Heek? Hitchhiker, what's going on? What's your news? What do you bring to the table?
Oh, I've got no news, man. I just thought I'd join you.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
You want to join me? Why?
Oh, the revolution and all that good stuff.
I knew it. You see? Well, you don't think the revolution is a good thing. You're quite happy with the way things are. Humanity shouldn't revolt, yeah? We should just carry on. Yeah?
No, I'm not happy with the way things are, but There's not going to be a revolution.
What are you going to do? Are you doing anything to try and better this situation, Mary? Or are you giving up?
I'm working on my situation.
Yeah? What's that?
My life.
Okay, your life. That's it. That's it.
Yep.
Okay, the audio is terrible apparently. I don't know how I'm coming across. I'm coming across clear. I'm only on an iPad, so sorry folks if the audio is not so good. Apologise for that. It's out of my hands. Out of my control. Okay. So you don't think a revolution is a good thing?
No. That's a 360-degree turn. You end up exactly where you started. Isn't that what revolution is?
I mean, that's if you take it the standard, yeah, but I'm not talking about the standard revolution, am I? I'm not talking about the standard.
What revolution are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about a revolution whereby non-compliance, start taking back education, homeschooling, and don't go to school, don't go to work, don't play their game.
Yeah, but you're a statist though, Jen. Like, I mean, you totally said that you think that businesses should be forced to hire women even if they don't want to. So I mean, you're pro-government. Well,
no, I'm looking on the equality side. That's fair. So please don't twist and portray me somebody who is a lunatic, because I am not. I have the highest respect for women, and they deserve our respect and equal pay for the same job. That's period.
Nobody deserves anything. You just get what you get in this life, Jen. Whether you win it, earn it.
It depends on the individual. If your heart is in the right place and you're coming from the heart, a woman deserves the same wages as a man for doing the same job, same hours. And if I'm employing women, they'll always get the same pay. I'm not going to pay them less. I might pay the man less for thinking less of a woman, but I would pay everybody equal pay, and that's got to happen. But going back to the revolution, as I was saying, non-compliance is a good way to go. Don't play the game. It means that we've got to care for each other. That's what this is all about here. Revolution means change, doesn't it? It means change.
No.
It does mean change.
No, change means change. Why don't you just call it change instead of a revolution then?
Revolution means to change, fight for change, to change something.
I don't know, man. You're the English teacher. Why don't you tell me what the definition is?
Oh, revolution is to change, evolve as well. You can use evolve.
No, that's evolution. Revolution would be doing it again.
You can bring the evolution to revolution. I know you can do that. You can do that. But you know where I'm coming from anyway, yeah? I think a revolution is a good thing. To refuse to do
okay, so we should all take care of each other, right? So we should all be looking out for one another. How do we bring that about?
Well, by helping your next door neighbor, and from there it grows. Helping each other in the community.
Okay, well I am doing that.
Yeah, I do that as well. So, okay, well that's cool. Good. And then spread the word. All
right. Okay, so like what happens after that?
What happens after that? Well,
so we've helped our neighbor.
Right, we put ourselves into groups whereby we're discussing our dissatisfaction with the way things are. We've discovered we're not living on a spinning ball. So for me, that means that government's gone way out of control. They've gone too far. Let's cut this cancer out of our life. How do we do that? By using the legal framework, which is in the constitutions around the world, globally, and I say that loosely, what I mean by around the world, but and go around to your groups, discuss, organize en masse, and go out and claim.
So do we form a new government? Like, do we start to try and like force people to help their neighbor?
We don't force anybody. There's no forcing to be done here. Help your neighbor if you can. If you can't, you don't want to, that's your freedom to choose, of course. So you don't force people to help. You know, it's there as an offer. It's how we proceed
What if people don't want to do it?
Well, if people don't want to do it, that's fine. They don't want to do it. Don't do it. Can't force anybody to do that. That's not what it's about here.
Because apparently they're not doing it now.
Yeah, they're not doing it now. There are a number of reasons. Fear, worried about the daily, my work, all that. But when you have this revolution, the work has to take a back seat at this point.
So you were saying, like, don't go to work.
Yeah. Don't perpetuate the system, yeah.
Okay, so you run your own business. So if you don't go to work, your business doesn't run, your business goes down into the fucking ground. Then what? Then you don't have a business anymore and you can't help your neighbor anymore.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, yes. I see where you're going with that. But I would say before we actually embark on that to amass some kind of savings, little, not much, enough. And if you're in areas where people can grow food and you can get supply of food, it's going to take a while to organize this, but it is achievable. It is achievable. That's for sure.
What kind of scale are you thinking?
Oh, obviously, when you're looking at what you've got as a military, and then you've got the police, it's got to be on a large scale, hasn't it? It's got to be, state. If we're looking at the US, for example, state to statewide, it's got to be. It's got to be a mass unity. Got to be. It's got to be like that. It can't be. I'm not talking, one little neighborhood thing. That's not going to go anywhere. It's what I said. It's going to take a while to amass this tipping point. I'm talking numbers, which tipping point numbers. Reaching that tipping point,
Critical mass, that type of thing. So you need some type of unified ideology. Like there needs to be something to bring people together. What would you say that is?
I would say, real freedom, for example. Because at the moment,
you're not pro freedom though, Jen. Like you said, you'd be willing to have government, you'd vote to have women, to have businesses forced to pay women equally. That's not freedom.
You're using the word force. I'm not using the word force.
Okay, but we went down this road before, Jen. Okay, so what happens if the business doesn't comply? They would be fined. And if they don't pay the fine, then what would happen, Jen?
Because we're into equality. Basically, people should get paid. Women should.
Equality, like you can't have equality unless you force it.
Well, then if we have to make it a law, that if we have to force it, it's a shame. It's a shame that we have to put a law in to force companies to make sure that women get the same pay. Because I'm sure I'm not the only one.
So you're not for freedom.
I'm sure I'm not the only man on this earth that feels like that. So I think it's a big deal there. It's a simple thing, not a big deal. You're making it a big deal.
I'm not making it a big deal. I'm just there's an inconsistency here. You're saying that you're pro freedom, but then you're saying that you're willing to force equality.
Yeah, look, we're free to.
Do you understand that that's
you're
not
going to be that free to treat women unfairly. You're not going to be that free. I'm sorry. That's not the kind of freedom I'm talking about. You're not going to be that free.
So what kind of freedom are you talking? What does freedom mean?
Freedom means, for me, to be who you want to be and live without Big Brother on your back.
But you are literally promoting Big Brother, forcing a business owner to pay people equally, even if they don't want to. If they don't want to,
brother, I'm promoting big hearts. Think about how you were born, man. If it wasn't for the woman and your mother...
Look, I'm not anti-woman. I'm not anti-paying women equally.
Let me just finish. If
Go ahead and finish.
You realize, not you in particular, but the idiots out there who want to be womanless. I'm talking to that arsehole of a boss. How were you born, you dumbass? You were born from a woman, your mother, who breastfed you for 9 months and over, maybe 2-3 years. Breast milk, changed your diaper and everything. Of course, you didn't ask to come, but she did that for you. And then you grow up to pay another woman less. That means your mother could be getting paid less. That's what I mean.
Right.
Talking big heart here. So if companies are going to think they're going to treat women unfairly, unfairly.
Well, isn't it up to the women to not work for less then?
No, it's up to the women to promote the fact that they're being treated unfair because they have the right to work like a man. and that's fair enough, and receive the appropriate salaries for said work hours done. So I'm afraid, definitely, I don't think that's a bad thing. So it's not a contradiction to the revolution thing. Totally not.
I feel like it is. So what about like starving people? What either you got a ton of hungry people out there. You're breaking up a little bit. You got a ton of hungry people out there, and they need food, and they're not able to get the food on their own. Should we force people to feed them?
No, the amount of food that gets wasted on a daily basis, that can be addressed. So people don't need to go hungry. There is no need for people to go hungry every day nowadays, right now, today.
Right, but they are though.
Yeah, right, but we can organise that. You see, that can be organised. In England, for example, back in the 80s, it came out that McDonald's was throwing away perfectly good hamburgers, right, into black bags and just throwing them out. So people complained to McDonald's and then offered a campaign where they could be helping the homeless nearby. And they did that for a while. Help the homeless. At a certain time, the homeless would come and they'd be given all this food and they'd carry it away and eat and be happy. So it can be organised. Again, we're talking big hearts here. It can be organised. We don't need to be wasting food.
Yeah, but what if people don't want to do it? So if they don't that's really the main question I'm asking. So, like,
that's fine. If people don't want to do it, good. There are people who do want to do it, and that will happen. That will happen. There are people out there who want to do it. That's
right.
Yeah.
And there are people, there are business owners out there that pay women equally without being forced. But then there are people that aren't paying women equally.
Yeah. So look out.
So like it seems like if you're really for equality, then you'd support the woman's right to choose where she works and not force the business owner to pay them what an equal pay as a man. It's like it's really important to think this is a really general subject, like equal pay for women for different jobs. So let's say the job is to dig a hole, and the woman is able to dig a 3-foot hole in an 8-hour span, and the man is able to dig a 8-foot hole in an hour span. So should the women still get paid the same amount?
She's going to get paid the same amount, definitely.
How does that make sense? Why wouldn't I just not hire women?
Well, if you don't want to hire a woman, that's up to you. If you don't want to hire a woman, but if you do hire a woman, she must receive the same pay. That's all. And then you might find that women might complain. This company is not hiring women. Blah blah blah, on the grounds that he feels that we're not going to put enough output. And when I hear that, I say, look, you're going to have to employ women. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you're just going to have to employ women. You're going to have to waste money.
No, you're not going to waste.
Just so that women feel equal. It's actually it's detrimental to women. Instead of allowing them to figure out what job they can. There are plenty of women out there that can dig just as fast as a man. Right. But all women are not equal. That's you're classifying them into just one big lump. And instead of recognizing that all men can dig the hole the same way. So if I want to hire people to dig a hole, I'm going to look for strong individuals.
All women are equal. That's for sure. It doesn't
not
output. If you're going to measure them by power output, then of course they're going to be some women stronger than men.
Well, okay, let's talk about the output then. All women are equal, even though some women you were talking about. Oh, how did you get here? A mother. Well, all women can't have children.
And why would that be that they can't have children? Why?
Not all women have children.
Yeah, biological
for medical reasons, yes.
Right.
So they're not all equal, correct?
It depends on what you want to define as equal. When I say they're equal, I mean as a human being. Even if she can't have children, she's not less equal to a woman who can have children. Sorry. Depending on her rights to live on this flat earth, she's going to have the same rights as anybody else. And if she works 8 hours digging holes, she should get the appropriate pay. Anyway, let me say there's a guy called
less equal. Well, it's just why wouldn't the man who's capable of working for digging an 8-foot hole in 8 hours, why wouldn't he just say, oh well, fuck, I'm just going to dig a 3-foot hole?
But if he does that,
because the woman's able to dig a 3-foot hole, and I'm just not going to try as hard because I don't have to.
you know what? If he decides to do that, so be it. And if I see him he's working for me and he's doing that, I will lecture him on his actions and I'll make him feel guilty that he's doing that. I'll make him feel guilty. I'll put him in my office, sit him down, and tell him that I'm not going to fire you because you're digging less. It's your integrity when you come here to work. Okay, that's all. I'll explain to Phil. And he'll explain how he feels and carry on. Simple as that.
Yeah, he's going to carry on doing exactly what the fuck he's doing, digging a 3-foot hole because he doesn't have to work as hard as he can.
That's okay.
What's going on, FaZe?
If he's going to work less, well then fine. I don't mind. I'm not going to let it be the end of my business and the end of paying women equal pay. So that's fine. In the end, the integrity will come through.
Yeah, it's in just that business sense. The other businesses around you that only hire men or only hire women that are able to work hard and produce, they're going to overshadow you, and your business is probably going to fail. You're going to be spending way more than any other business in order to get the same amount of work done.
Yeah, I'm not going to sweat that. That's my integrity will be intact and honor. I'm not going to sweat that.
Your integrity will be intact, but not your finances.
Don't worry about it. Like I said, I'm not going to sweat that. Not going to sweat that. That's what it is all about. I'm not going to sweat that. I never have done, never will do. That's why I return. That's why here, when people don't come because their child is sick or they have to work overtime, I refund 100% of their money. 100%. Because I'm not sweating it. I've been here 20 years now. So please.
Because you didn't do anything, though.
Yeah, but I returned their money. So there.
Because you didn't do anything. Yeah, that's it seems like it would make sense. You didn't provide the service, so you give back the money.
But here in Japan, they don't do that. If they miss, they lose their money. I'm the only school doing that. Thank you.
Okay.
That's my point.
So are they immoral? Do they have integrity? It's just their culture, right? They don't tip in Japan either.
No, they don't tip because they take the service charge. They've already taken the tip. There you go. Already all wrapped in the service charge, so you don't need to tip.
But you can. It's not culturally acceptable to tip.
In fact, if you tip, some of them find it offensive.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. But man. Yeah. So I'm not going to sweat that stuff. Women are always going to be equal. Non-compliance, and there's many ways to have a revolution, bring about change, and I think it's a good thing. Rather than sit there and everyone's complaining all the time, let's try and do something. Because all through my life, all I've heard is complaints. And I've used the word revolution, let's try and do something. People are just like, no. There you go.
But don't you see how complaining that we need a revolution is kind of doing that? Because I don't know, I've thought about this before too, but
nice one, FaZe.
Can you think of any evolutions that were completely natural and organic from start to end and then actually fulfilled their original purpose? And I'm serious about that because I've tried to and I can't.
No, yeah, me too. I mean, straight answer there. No, I can't think of straight away. I mean, the French have achieved certain inroads over the years of my life, right? From and before I was born, the famous French Revolution, when it ousted King Louis XVI. Yeah, they did a big one there. They brought about a massive change back then. Even the military joined in because they could see that the whole of France was on their way. So the French, I love the French for their revolutionary spirit. So I can mention that. And French have had revolutions and they've made inroads. They're currently in one now. They're not giving in. They're doing it every weekend. They're not going to give up, they said, because they've got nothing to lose. They're going to fight on. So I hope they achieve something. I hope. What I was hoping was other European cities and countries would join in their countries. Fire up a sporadic, you know what I mean? But hasn't happened.
Yeah, the French Revolution is used. It's the most common answer you get, I think, for that actually. But do you think what's happening there is all organic right now? How would your feelings toward that change if you found out that it was actually kind of a setup?
Well, I don't know if it's a setup or not. I mean, I've listened to the people
right.
like me.
The people are genuine.
Me and you. people like me and you speaking, ordinary people have been interviewed by a channel. I'm sure you know this, people. We Are Change Media. You know that? Yeah, okay. They interviewed two people, and when they spoke, you could see one that they were so angry that they almost spontaneously combust with their anger. They were so angry, and these are the people that said, we played their game, we paid the taxes, we did everything, and I did it for 35 years. I'm now 50 something, and now I don't want to be French. He says, I'm disgusted to call myself a Frenchman. He said, and this is why he's on the revolution. He says, I'm going to have this revolution until I die. He said, there you go. And another woman the same. She had children that she's got to look after, and she's working like 4 part-time jobs just to keep everything going. Okay? So people out there who are suffering, and they're the ones who are not giving up. So,
Oh, no, I agree with all of that. I'm just saying the mechanism that they fall under, like what they end up doing, like, are they serving themselves, or are they serving something that was kind of like planned for them, maybe? Because if you're frustrated with the government, at least the illusion of a revolution and the illusion of you being able to affect actual change. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that would be enough for a lot of people.
The revolutionaries themselves would soon sniff that out. Remember, this is not the first time for these people. They've had revolutions many times over your lifespan. Okay?
But then what were they successful then? If they
yes, they were.
They have to keep it. But if you have to keep having a revolution every
yes,
so
that's
often.
right. That's right. Because that's how they play the game. That's why I use the word making inroads. So with each every revolution, they gain something, and then they carry on life as normal, and then suddenly they start to cheat again. The government, start to bring in austerity, and then they have to kick off again. So at least they're trying. Come on, US. Come on, UK. Let's do something. Do you know what I mean? Come on, Japan even. The French. That's why I say I love the French.
I mean, we are doing something though. This is what I'm telling you, Jim. When you're like, okay, well, what are you doing? And I say, I'm taking care of myself. Like that. There's less strain on everybody else. I'm less reliant on everybody else. It gives the government less excuse to make more taxes and to say, oh, all these people need help, so we need all your money. Like there's a huge movement in the United States of people buying land and living a self-sustaining lifestyle where they grow their own food, they take care of their own shit. They rely on their neighbors for certain things, and they barter and trade. It's happening right now. So when you're saying it's not happening, come on, US.
Yeah, I'm saying that's a small amount. I'm aware of that. It's not enough, and taxes are going up as we speak. They don't go on like there's no taxes.
I didn't.
There's
no taxes.
The US.
Can you repeat back to me what I just said about taxes?
Yeah, you said that taxes. You said there's not almost like taxes aren't going up, is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I said. I said that it's a disincentive to the government. It removes the incentive to increase taxes, or at least it removes the excuse by saying, hey, we need more taxes to help these people because people are becoming self-reliant.
Yeah, the thing is that they are introducing more tax though.
I'm aware of that.
Right. So what
but it's under a bullshit pretense.
Yeah, always is. It always is. It always is. Yes, I agree. It's always under a bullshit pretense, but it's happening, and that's why I say I use the words. Come on, US, do something. Get up. Stand up now. Fuck. That's right. Get up there. Be counted. Fucking hell. If I know I made my noise when I go to the US, I'll let them know. These police officers that are telling me that none of them wasn't inside them, I said, you must be mad. Many people know that it wasn't inside them, and you should be ashamed, officer. Your colleagues died. Your government killed them. Straight to their face. And
I'm sure you didn't provide any evidence.
He said, I showed them everything that they needed to see. I showed them. They knew. I said to them, look. They said to me, you ain't touching your opinion. I said, it's not an opinion, this is fact. Let me show you. What building comes down in 9 seconds? 110 floors. Come on. And the pieces are just the right size so that
How does that mean that it's the government and like?
It's an inside job. Everybody knows it's an inside job. Okay. We all know it's an inside job. Don't start splitting it on this. It's an inside job.
I'm just saying, you know, if I was a cop that wasn't aware of 9/11 and you came up to me telling me I should be ashamed of myself, or you know, and didn't provide any evidence except for a 100-story building fell down in 9 seconds, I'd probably tell you to fuck off too.
I provided the evidence, and I stuck my finger up at them and said, "You should be ashamed of yourselves. How can me and my friends? We used to think the US was a cool place, but no longer. No longer do we think it's a what happened was an insult to humanity." Showed them a number plate as well. I said, "You see 911? Yeah, see it? Yeah." And so I never forget this nonsense that happened. And you go and then you blame Islam. And I said, not one Muslim took part. There you go. Not one Muslim took part in this thing.
Again, with no evidence, I'm sure.
Oh,
how can you prove that no Muslims took part?
Look, we all know those who followed this 9/11 story, this thing that happened, this atrocity, this outrage and blasphemy to humanity. When they looked into it, you might remember people were still alive. The CIA had these 90 radicals, you know, extremists, but there was some of them were still alive. That's me. I'm not there. They were in Saudi Arabia, still alive, walking around. I didn't take part in that. Okay, so there's enough evidence, and I showed the evidence. Push back to the faces. Don't get me wrong, man. I went there prepared. Those coppers, I said, every day you come to work, you're living a lie. You put your uniform on, and it doesn't mean a thing. You shave your face, you come to work to lie. Because you're telling me you have to believe what the government tells you. You're not thinking for yourself. So you're now a robot. So you're nothing then. How can you be serving the people? You don't. That's what you should be ashamed of yourself. That's what I said to them. Anyway, shame. Shame, man. So yeah, you know, with an inside job for sure, and I let them know that clearly. Much to their dislike, I couldn't give two hoots about that. Wanted them to know that, you know, shame. Yeah. So yeah, back to the French. Yeah, love them. US, follow France's lead. What should be happening now? Enough is enough. Blimey. Oh. The amount of taxes you people have to pay is outrageous. Outrageous. And I never really realised until I watched that, what was it, Fascism to Freedom or Freedom to Fascism, Aaron Russo video, and it showed the amount of taxes you had to pay. Oh, I was shocked. And all that video was about was that you don't even have to pay the tax. There is no law that states that you should be paying tax. Anyway, no law can be found. There we are. Come full circle. Yeah. What do you say, Face? My man?
I mean, I think it's all very it sounds good, you know, this idea. I mean, that's how people get down with the idea of revolution, right? Because it sounds good as a plan. Yeah. But like, what's the act? I mean,
you have to execute it. How do we execute?
Yeah, how do you actually go about doing that? Like, except by, I mean, look, the most convincing thing you could do in your life to convince a person who doesn't care about the same things that you care about, is to, by example.
Yes,
right?
That's
like I could talk to them blue in the face, but it's not really going to convince anybody if they're not on the same wavelength as I am, right?
I absolutely agree with that. So you be the change you want to be, as they say. So
exactly. Right.
I am being that change. Yes. All the way.
But don't you hear that in what Hitch was saying too? Like, that's what I'm saying. Is like, what's the most practical and a way that you can ensure that what you're doing is actually there's no other ill agenda behind it. There's nobody else maybe pulling the strings and making you think that you're the one actually bringing forth that change. You know what I mean? The only way to do it was if it was your own plan and you're executing it, right? So you're affecting change in your own life and for those who surround you immediately.
Yeah.
Right? Like your family, your neighbors.
That's happening to a certain level, yes. But you see me? I want to make bigger inroads. And how can we deliver the message? And I think this discovery that that we're not living on a spinning ball. I mean, it's just that for me, it's the governments of the world they're out of control now. This is the biggest lie for me, and it's enough. We should all be out, masses. We should be out we should be out there screaming, "What the hell?" Do you know what I mean?
You think that would work on people who are completely part of the system in that they like just kind of they believe that they get tossed back?
Like I said, they need. If I'm talking about tipping point, these people will obviously would have gone through the same kind of learning as we've done. Looked into the research of it all, and then come to make the connections, and then when you discover one thing, you start a kind of world. It leads. Oh, I found this. Once they've come to that point, we've all got something in common. We want them out.
Right. Wow. Don't you feel like you have come to that point on your own though? Like someone screamed that in your face and convinced you of it?
I totally agree. But you still need to push out the information because I got the information. That's why I can now talk. Yeah. So the information must get out there, and that's what I'm trying to say. Let's get the
right. But the information is out there, right? So like again, if we're gonna apply, it's kind of a combination of what both of you said, right? It would be like you living a life that people around you notice and they're like, hey man, this guy seems to be doing well for himself. He's doing well by his community, by his family. So, maybe that's how you get people interested in your cause. You know what I mean? Like, what's this guy about? Why is he so different than everybody else? Then you could probably, they'll be more open to hearing your ideas that go against everything that they've been taught in their life. Like, it's not an easy switch to make. You know that.
Yeah,
right?
I'm in the middle of that right now. That's what I'm in the middle of right now, as you said, in my community. Yeah. So some people might see me as a crazy nutter, foreigner. Guy means foreigner in Japanese. Okay. So they see me as a crazy gaijin. Okay. But then there are others that see me as, Jin, you are great. Thank you very much. I'm glad you came to Japan. What you taught me has, elated me, sort of thing. Released. I'm telling everybody, which I'm glad about. So I've got both reactions at this point. I'm getting that reaction. That's what I get from people. That's been my experience so far. It doesn't stop me now. I'm just going to carry on because I know you're going to get people who suffer from cognitive dissonance. And once the numbers begin to increase, then those who said no at first relook at it again. Okay, then they move. Some people are not confident. They tend to follow trends because they're still brainwashed. But one day they'll begin to find confidence in themselves. Why are you living after all? Are you living to live the fantasy life that they've given you? Or are you trying to make some kind of control in the prison that we're in? Because that's what's important as well in that sense. That's how you begin, isn't it? Yeah? And you are going to stand out.
Do you mean support the Japanese government?
Not one.
The one that's in place now?
Not one atom of my body supports that monster. No.
Do you pay like taxes or anything like that?
Sorry, say that again?
Do you pay taxes or anything?
I pay the tax that, the residential tax. I pay that. And as for income tax, I pay as little as I have to. I don't declare everything, and I never will.
So isn't that like sort of a form of support, like financing them?
Well, I mean,
funding them.
At this point, I had to, in order to be in this country. Otherwise, I could be deported. Because I've got my family, I've got a house loan, I've got 4 boys, wife, dog, cats. Right, so I've got to sustain that in some way. Yeah. So of course I'm going to pay. I'll pay the bare minimum. Bare minimum, man.
Yeah, but I mean, you said not 1 ounce of my body supports them.
That's right. When you say support, I took it to mean their policies and their way.
So you don't agree with them, but you do support them.
But you do what you have to do to get by, kind of. That's kind of what everyone. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Anything else would kind of, if you just said, I don't know. I feel like anything else would put a target on your back. Like you'd become an enemy of.
I'm going to be a target. And I don't care. I'm going to be a target.
Right, but then what good are you behind bars? Like as far as the revolution.
Well, no, I won't be behind bars because I'm not going to break the laws.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Yeah,
break
that's like the civil disobedience that you were talking about. Be like breaking laws that,
disobedience.
like any crime that's like victimless, or doing something that benefits you but doesn't hurt others, but would be considered illegal.
It would be.
That would be like that's really where rebellion, and that's like a much better word in my opinion than revolution, because rebellion is just acting against or just not complying.
Yeah, but I'm glad you said that because yes, rebellion leading to revolution. You've got to rebel to become. Yeah, I'm all for that, and that's me. I'm a rebel, definitely.
But it doesn't sound like it because it sounds like you're doing what you're told.
But I'm not doing what I'm told. For example, I'll give you a story. Here in Japan, where I am, I had to pay. I was paying 70,000 yen for my residential tax. Okay, which is what I had to pay for this property. Okay, so I paid that. Then 1 year, it jumped 4 times. The price increased. They had a new president, a new prime minister came in. Koizumi, his name was, and suddenly residential tax jumped 4 times. Right. So, following year, I went to the city hall. I said, "Excuse me, why has my residential tax jumped 4 times? My salary has gone up. What's happened? Oh, new rules. Koizumi's coming. This is the new price now." I said, "Yeah." I said, "This is wrong. My salary hasn't gone up 4 times." And then I asked him, "What am I paying for this money?" And he said, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you." Okay. Now the law states that if they can't give you a breakdown of where money goes, don't pay that tax. So I didn't pay it for 4 years. I didn't pay. There's the rebel for you. I didn't pay for 4 years. They came here threatening to lock up my bike and lock up the car. I said, "Look, I told you I would pay the standard rate, not 4 times more." And you know what? They dropped the price to the standard rate. And then I paid. But since then, I'm no longer entitled to a 3-year visa. I'm only entitled to a 1-year visa. But that's it. I've become a target in that way.
So you ended up complying.
Well, no, not really. No, because I didn't pay what they wanted me to pay, did they? I didn't comply. They wanted 240,000 yen. I'm not paying that. Why am I paying that? And I asked them for a breakdown. They didn't give me it. I didn't pay them nothing. And then in the end.
So basically, you like didn't pay because there was an accounting error or something like that. And then when they corrected the error, and then you paid.
Yeah, you know what it was? I think they were trying to take advantage of it. That's what I think it was. Really. And I caught them out.
They are, and they still ended up taking advantage of you, just not as much. Like they only put, like you only let them stick the tip in, but they still fucked you in the ass.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's rather a small butt than a big butt that rips the arsehole, and then I can't walk. So there you go. You minimise your damage as best you can, and that's what I did. You know, I'm really enjoying that fact at this point. You know, look at me. But then I lost my 3-year visa privilege because the immigration officer, because you didn't pay over 4 years. That's that kind of trouble we don't want here. So you can only get 1 year visa. That's all fair enough. See you next year. You know what I mean? You know, and that's that. That's what the situation is there. So I try to live my life as best I can, following the laws that I think are just. But if something comes up that I think is wrong, I won't do it. And they can't just deport me with my children and my wife and that can't happen because I can feel that wrong.
But you don't agree with the tax and you're paying it.
I don't agree with taxation. Nobody does. Okay, and I pay what I have to pay. Like I said, that's that. You know, I've said it 4 times now. Yes, I do pay. I have to pay what I've got to pay, and I pay that. Simple. Begrudgingly, of course.
I know, but you also said 4 times that you don't comply with any laws that you don't agree with, and then I'm sort of forced to bring up the fact that you do.
But we all pay tax at some stage. Even when you buy your shopping, there's a consumption tax. So it's taxes you got to pay. I pay as minimum as I can, and that's what I've done for many, many years, and that's that for now. But as we were talking about you know, we're all trying to effect the change. Yes, that's what we do. Trying to effect the change. Be the change you want to be. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Be the change you want to see. Yeah.
Yes, exactly that. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what we are trying to do. Yeah. And that revolution will be coming. It will be televised. It will be on a TV screen soon. You watch. Aren't my words.
I think it's the revolution will not be televised if you're referring to the
No, Gil's there, and I love the guy.
Rage Against the Machine.
I'm just giving my my funny rendition of it. That's all. I love the guy.
Who?
Gil
Still a Roche?
Gil Scott Heron. Gil Scott, the original Spurs. Gil Scott Heron. Gil Scott, whose father was the first black man to play in Celtic football club.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, which Jez, I don't know if you know Jez, he's a supporter, you know, the Batman Jez, he's a supporter of Celtic, and Gil Scott was the first black man. Gil Scott's father was the first black man to play for that team. Well, that shocked me when I heard that. But wow, brilliant. What do you do, man? So yeah, roll on that flat earth revolution. Got to keep it going. Yeah, man. Globe Life Tour's doing a good job. They're going to go out there and inform the masses. They're about to embark on a 14,000 mile, 64 countries, 39 destinations, I think they say. UK and Europe. Brilliant. Yeah. What do you think?
Do you donate to them, or?
Say that again?
Do you donate to them, or?
Do I donate to them? I haven't donated a penny. I haven't donated a penny to them.
Do you ask, what do I think of them?
Yeah.
I think they're wasting their time.
Yeah, you think they're wasting their time, yeah? Why?
The same reason evangelists are wasting their time. Like, you could scream till you're blue in the face at people about what you believe in, but it's not going to really convince them.
Oh, well, it's not.
You know what I mean?
The way
Like,
they
people have been doing that for hundreds of years.
Yeah, they're not screaming.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, just repeating, kind of like.
They're informing. They're informing. And when you watch the way they do it, and people's reaction, it's good because it starts people. You've got to plant the seed, yes or no, for things to grow. Yes or no, man? Let's not say nothing. Let's say nothing.
Okay.
You know what? Let's say nothing then, Face. Where are we going to be?
No, I didn't say don't say nothing. I'm kind of suspect of people who become flat earthers and then make flat earth their life.
Well, I think that's you know why they do that? You know why they do that? It's a compelling, isn't it? They're compelled to do that after the realization.
Maybe. That's best case scenario, right? But what's worst case scenario?
Well, I mean, I don't look at the worst case. I'm looking at the genuine. I'm looking at these. Look at these people, man. You can see genuine people, man. You can see them. They're not stealing your money. They're not here acting for you and stealing your money.
How do I know that, Jen?
Oh,
I don't know them. Again, there are people on this.
You don't know.
Like,
You don't know them. Okay. You don't know them. But I watch them all through the UK, yeah. And people are coming up giving them £10, £5 to buy petrol, buy food. Some people are bringing hampers of food to give them. You know? I mean, this is outpouring of people. It's good. It's what
you know how. Well, okay, so you've seen that on a video?
I've seen that, yeah.
Yeah, dude, but does that make it a legitimate thing? Like,
yes,
that's all I'm saying.
Because
you had the discernment. Well, to me, it doesn't. It's not convincing enough. You know what I mean? Because that could be staged too. So, like, all I'm saying is, if anything, the whole introduction to flat Earth, if anything, has made me more skeptical. Right? So I look at things that are presented to me, and I look at them from multiple angles. Like, I can't just take it the way as it's presented.
I look at it from multiple angles. I've got a skeptic brain on me, yeah.
Right.
But I look at it and I see genuinity here. Genuine. You can see it in the people.
I can't. So does that make me lesser?
I'm talking about in England. I'm talking about in England, yeah. England.
All right. I mean, I've seen British flat earthers. I've seen American. I've seen all. Yeah, sure. But on YouTube, that's my experience of the thing. So I even if I met them in real life, there's no telling. Like, people can lie to me in my face.
Yes.
About their true intentions, right?
Yeah. Now this is going to be
so who's
people. It's going to be like their third year, fourth year into this thing.
I mean, yeah, dude, it's profitable. Like, why not? But all I'm saying is, for me, like the only person whose intentions I can know are my own.
Yeah,
that's it. Every other person can tell me things and not mean what they're saying. Yeah. I can't lie to myself.
Their action. Look at their action. They're not making money hand over fist.
No, I mean it's not just about making money. I'm saying, like, how can you trust anyone? Like, how can you put complete faith into anyone, like, if you don't know them? And how much do you have to know someone to even at that point? Like, if it was your own family member and they told you something, maybe you're more likely to believe them, right? Because you have a history with them.
Yeah,
you know something, whatever.
You've got to have something.
Yeah.
Okay. And I will always afford people common decency and trust until I'm bitter. That's me. Okay. So I'm giving them the trust, and I'm checking and measuring their action every time they're on. And if they say something that I think is suspect, bang, I'm on this way. Immediately, what? I've got their Skype, so I'm on them on Skype, and I'm on them in the chat room. And I'm on them until they answer me. They have to, because I just keep repeating it until, right, and okay, because you're making me think, etc., etc. Right, and then afterwards I catch up with them later and I ask them, because, don't do that, because that makes people think this, and this. At times, there's been one or two times where I've had to question their loyalties, especially with Trump, because they're trying to say Trump is being controlled divinely. I said, excuse me, Trump? Why are we going there? What's that got to do with the flat earth anyway, what you're talking about? Sorry, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with Trump being controlled divinely. Crap. That's utter bullshit. I said, excuse my French. Utter rubbish. I don't want to hear that from you people. That kind of, that's nonsense.
Oh, you won't hear that from me, yeah, because I have no reason to trust that kind of rhetoric.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
There's nothing in it for me to just believe that, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said that. I was really.
So what happens when we apply that exact same thing to flat Earth? Like, you've come to some realizations, right? Like, and you also know that just by being able to change your mind on such a fundamental level, like, that means at any given point in your thinking, you can be wrong, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a huge takeaway from this, for me at least, is because, like, if I can't be sure of something, then I'm definitely not going to preach it. Right. What I will do is discuss it. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be ashamed to talk about it, and something, you're going to get different reactions, and we all know this, and that's okay. That's normal. But at the same time, I'm not going to feel some sense of, like, knowing more than the next person, to where I feel obligated to now go out and preach it in the streets. Because, again, I could be wrong, and I could be misled again, right?
Yeah. And that's right. Fine. If I did that, and I went out on the streets, and I was wrong, I'd be on the streets apologizing. That's me. Because
you see how that's a huge waste of time, though? Because then you'd have to, like, find all the people you've interacted with and be like, oh, shit, my bad. That was wrong.
Yeah, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to tell.
I didn't say you were afraid. I'm just saying it's a waste of your time and your energy. Like, if you put your heart into something, next time when you come,
sincere, passionate.
Yeah. What if you don't find them all? What if you find half of the people that you talk to? So you misled a bunch of people, but you saved another half.
I can only do my best, and if I meet everybody that I won't go to the town where I was, and maybe go to the town hall and make that announcement. That'd be the best thing. And then through word of mouth, I would hope it would reach them in their community. It's the best I can do. Can't go to each one. I never knew where they lived in the first place. So that's all I can do.
You've seen this before, haven't you?
Go on.
The thing I'm showing on the screen now, yeah. You've seen that before.
Oh, yeah. I knew you'd do that there, look. Of the revolution. Yeah, well, I'll die waiting. I don't mind. At least, it's a good thing. I don't feel I'm wasting my time.
Alright. Yeah, I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's a cool meme.
So, that group that you were talking about before in the UK, is Ranty Flat Earth a part of that?
I think he's going to be joining in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Did you hear the Ranty Flat Earth talk about his dealings with a 32nd degree Freemason or whatever, and being approached by a group who wants to start a quote-unquote Alex Jones-like network of conspiracy programming?
Do you know, I heard a little bit, but I switched off. As soon as I heard this out, I just switched off of it. I'm not too big a fan of Ranty as such. Yeah, you know, I don't follow him as such. He's come into the group that, you know, I'm more of a, like, I follow Harry, follow Roxanne, Lifting the Lid, Jason of the Disbury, and the rest of that entourage. All the other Ranties and stuff, they are part of their cliquey group. And, you know, I don't really watch any of the videos they call it. Not really. Just looking at the work that they do. That's all I'm interested in.
Okay.
All right, Stephanie Porter in the chat. So does no one else not talk apart from this guy?
Oh, sorry.
Is this Jin an agent?
When people are asking me questions, and you know, you've got to reply, ain't you? What do we do? Then, I'll shut up then. Here you go. You talk, mister. You know what I mean? Silly, isn't it?
I wouldn't worry about what the chat's saying.
Come on, Stephanie, come on, I'll put the link in the chat if you want to.
Yeah, give him a link. Put a link in his mouth and tell him to get his mouth on the button.
Crap, I put the wrong link out in the chat. Put it to a video.
Bring your silly mouth onto the chat.
I'll just delete that.
But yeah, you know, you just got to do your best.
Yeah, the reason I was asking about that is because, see, there seems to be a couple of people, you know, who join these, whatever you want to call them, like groups, I guess.
Yeah.
That are, sometimes they kind of like expose themselves with the stuff that they say. I mean, at the very least, they expose their true intentions, right? So like when Ranty talks, like there's no doubt in my mind that the guy is an opportunist and he's trying to get some kind of fame and maybe a job out of this, you know, like making.
Thank you very much. You see what you said there is good. That's being skeptical. You see me, if I was in that group and I smell any of that, I'm like a Rottweiler dog. I'm on there immediately. And if I disagree strongly, I will tell them that I disagree strongly with what you're saying. You're bringing flat Earth into disrepute with your action.
Hey, Jin, you know how many times I've tried that on every major flat Earth channel, and guess what it got?
Yeah, you get kicked out.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. That's what happens to me. But
well, what does that tell you about? What does that tell you about these people who seem to be upfront and center?
It tells you they're dishonest. They're dishonest. Their integrity and intent is well called into question. Definitely.
Right. So then, how can I then, knowing that and having experienced that time and time again, how could I kind of like align myself with them in doing what they kind of want me to do?
No, you can't do
is to go and spread their message. Almost do.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. You have to stay true to yourself. That's what you have to do.
Exactly, dude. You see what we're getting at here? Like, if I go out and do essentially what I think is like changing the world, not only do I not think it won't be as effective as I would hope, but at the same time, I feel like I'm doing PR work for a business entity that I'm not even a part of.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You know what I mean? Because there's clear business interests, admittedly. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's out of their own mouth. Yeah. And that goes for all the major flat earthers who keep popping up on your TV screen.
Yeah.
Right? Because the TV doesn't have time for regular people, dude. Everybody who's on TV has been put there.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Yeah, on TV, on TV, yes.
Yeah, TV, Netflix. Yeah, all that stuff.
I watched TV this year once.
Me neither. But I watched the ABC. I watched all the news segments on YouTube that feature prominent flat earthers, and it seems to be the same cast of characters over and over.
I do watch.
Right.
Of course, I watch the Flat Earth, and I do listen to podcasts. So of news, but I haven't actually watched the TV. Got no interest. None. This year, not once has it been switched on.
No, I understand, but the reason I brought it up was because I'm talking in relation to Flat Earth and the cast of characters that are constantly being
putting themselves up there all the time. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you could say that. I mean, putting themselves out there is one thing, but like, go try to get on TV several times this week. See how that works out for you. I don't think it's something that happens organically.
You would never get on there, would you? Come on.
Yeah.
You know, and if they're going to put you on there, they're going to make you look stupid, aren't they? It's going to be a hit job, as you know.
Well, it'll be a complete waste of my time because I'm not going to convince anybody. I'm not going to change anybody's mind about anything. I might not even get anyone to look into anything. Like I don't. That's all I'm saying, because I don't think the evangelizing shit works, and I think it might be a detriment because we might be serving people whose intentions aren't really good.
Okay, yeah, that's always there, but
right. So all you could do then is do good by yourself. You know what I mean? And affect change in your actual life. Yeah.
And that's exactly what I'm doing here in Japan, because I am by myself in that sense. So that's the road I'm on. But I know that if I was in London, for example, I would be with that group for sure. And if I suspect anything, I'm just going to tell them. Because like you said, yeah, and I'm sure you agree, the word integrity means a whole lot to me, every letter of the word. So if you're going to bring some kind of deception to people, I'm going to out you immediately. You're going to be exposed. Sorry. And that's for sure. You ain't going to get away with that. Not whilst I'm breathing. Sorry. You know, because this thing that's come out, I've seen people outpour energy, go out there, meet the people, sincerely giving the message, taking a lot of verbal diarrhea in the flow, in the Hyde Park corner and all across Britain. Saw it with my own eyes. That's why I joined in here. It was because of that. I felt they were not delivering the message properly. They were getting battered by the public. You know, and so I started commenting on what they were saying wrong or what they were doing wrong. You need to be doing this, Roxanne. Get Harry to say this when he's talking. And he's missed this, all this old thing, Skype and on the blog. That's when I came in. And I thought, okay, good. They started to pay a little attention to what I was saying. And they started to change. And for me, the pinnacle was when they took on Oxford and Cambridge, their students with the flower. And they had to concede Oxford and Cambridge. They lost. And you know, I was so satisfied with that. It was satisfying to hear them admit that, you know, you can't prove it. It's just maths. Einstein was wrong. Kepler, everyone was wrong, you know, and they just had to admit it. You know, you've got to go back and watch these, because I watched it each day. I followed it all the way through. Last year, all the way through, all the full August, all the way. Didn't miss a single one. Every day I was there, man. It was good. That's why I'm going to follow it this year again. I saw genuine people working hard. They weren't making any money. The van broke down a couple of times. They had to fix it. You know, towards the end, they ran out of money. People come out, there's a bug for your fuel. You understand? You know, and they were giving a message. It was good. This is what people should be doing. It's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to support it all the way. Won't be putting any money in it. That's the skeptical side of it. Don't put any money. I'll give you my moral support. That's enough. That's good enough. Don't measure it by money. To do that is to devalue it. What do you say, Face? Funny. Skeptic extraordinaire.
It's true. What Rusted Soul said in the chat, that Mark Sargent was recently on Ranties, and he said there's a lot of money in Flat Earth. You know, and look, there's nothing wrong with making money. You need money to live. So I'm not trying to say like, hey, be broke.
Yeah.
But we're talking about intentions here. Also,
yeah. What are their intentions? Yeah, that's the one. And I said to Mark Sargent at the Question Everything conference that they had, I said, you need to go out on the streets more because your integrity is being called into question. You and Patricia are not out on the streets enough. People are saying you're in the
they never are. They're in the conferences and they're in front of some TV cameras.
Yes. I said, I know you deliver a good product, but you need to go out on the streets as well.
Yeah, I think Patricia spends quite a bit of time out on the street, but it's mostly just on the corner.
You're entitled to your opinion. There you go. But as I was saying, Mark Sargent, I said to him, you need to get out on the streets. And I said to him, glad that you're going to join the Globe Live Tour this year. All right. See how you handle the Brits. Yeah.
Like we've seen him talk to news anchors.
Yeah.
And we've seen him talk to on his own on a documentary that featured him. Do you think he was effective in those things?
I think he put his foot in his mouth a few times. Yeah.
So like somebody watching who was just like completely new to the subject, like if they saw that guy representing it, do you think they were like, oh, I need to go look into this, or wow, what a kind of weirdo?
I think you're going to get both reactions.
Right. Well, like how, like 50-50? Because I think best case scenario would be 90 to 10, like 9 out of 10 people.
60, 75.
That's still pretty bad, considering the amount of exposure he's gotten, right? Like, and the fact that he has a weekly, fucking, or 2 weekly shows.
25% might think he's a bit kooky.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, dude. Like, that's just, I mean, you could go read the fucking, yeah. You can check views of the thing alone. No, nobody's taking that stuff seriously. It's made like a, I mean, did you watch the documentary?
After the interview he done, I'm sure that of the people who saw it, I'm saying 75% will probably go and look into it a little bit. That's what I'm saying.
That's okay.
Yeah. You know, I'm sure that. Yeah, I'm sure because he spoke convincing enough. He made a few, 1 or 2. He spoke convincing enough. And Patricia Stairs also delivered it good. Even Robert Davison also delivered it good. They've done their best. Bearing in mind that these media are always going to twist everything and make, do a hatchet job on you. You're putting yourself in the lion's mouth. So, you get what you get.
So you think it's the media that's twisting what they're saying to make them look bad, and not just what they're saying? Because also, like, if that were a thing,
stupid. They did make 1 or 2 hiccups, especially not Patricia Stairs, but Mark Sargent. They said a few silly things that I would never have said. I've just come out of a nut house sort of thing. I wouldn't have said that.
Right. So what makes you think that 75% of the people that listen to him would go then?
No, because that was just one thing he said. If you listen to the rest of his content, it was good. Good. He represented Flat in a good light. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, that's just me, though,
Also, if you felt like the media was, like, twisting your words around and stuff, would you continue to make appearances? These are the reasons, like, I have issues with these people, and why I wonder what they're even here for.
Can you say that again?
If you got a media interview on a major network, and they wanted to interview you about flat Earth and how you came to think the Earth is flat and everything that it entails.
Yeah.
And then you saw the interview, and you realized that they kind of twisted it and did whatever they had to do in the editing to make you seem kind of ridiculous. More so than would you then continue to seek out media appearances? Like,
no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
As a genuine person, you'd probably be like, "There's no way to win with this media, right?" Because they have.
Yeah, they're just going to do a hatchet job on me all the time.
They have to present.
No, I might just go just for the fun of it. You know why? Because any exposure is good exposure, as far as I'm concerned. If they're going to give me a hatchet job, fair enough. I can always try and do a rebuttal on YouTube to clarify things, and I'll always say to people, please look on YouTube, my channel or whatever, please go there. Do my best. That's all I can do again, And if they cut that and don't even mention it, then I will probably not go there ever again. So if I've given that information, and if they cut it, and this is detrimental, isn't it? Very important. If I'm giving out names and YouTube names that they need to go, and they don't actually air it, I'm not going there ever again. Never again.
And you think that's enough? See, this is kind of like undoing the stuff that you said before. Like if you went out and preached this stuff and then you realized you were wrong, you said you would go and seek out the people and tell them that you were wrong, right? Where it's like that's kind of damage control at that point. It would be almost impossible to find everybody that you talk to and all this, right? So the same.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say to you there is that if I was in that situation, so if I'd go to the towns that I visited and go to their town hall and deliver an apology there, and hopefully by word of mouth, it would get to everybody that
Hopefully, yeah.
Hope. That's the best.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you go on YouTube and you type flat Earth and you look up the top results on the major networks, so we're talking like Vice News.
It's all debunking flat Earth. It's debunking flat Earth.
Right, but I'm just talking about the major networks and the major outlets that did stories on flat Earth and interviewed a couple of these characters that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about, behind the curtain with
that's just one documentary. No, but now I'm talking about like The Guardian. I'm talking about National Geographic. I'm talking about BBC
The Guardian,
News,
the really good one.
Mashable. Where do you want to go? CBS. Nerdist, Tech Insider. All these things. If you just look in the last year on YouTube alone, each of those videos has several million views.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just on YouTube. Now you got to think about the people that watched it on TV. That's probably another million or so, right?
Yeah, that's
at the very least.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So now we're talking about millions of views.
Yeah.
And then, right, but you just said you should go out and try to get the next little bit of exposure because all exposure is good exposure. But then, and then if something was wrong, you tell them, hey, look, the media is twisting my words. Come check out my YouTube channel. Now, do you think that the millions of people that watch these videos in on one network or another, I'm not saying it's the same people watching all of them because I don't think it's holding their interest for that long.
Yeah, I'm never giving though. I'm going to keep going to the end, to my knees bleed. That's where I'm going to go. So I'm just going to.
In your real life.
Yeah, in person. Yeah, it wouldn't stop me. In person, in media, just keep going. Just wouldn't stop me. Yeah, I'm not going to be stopped. Okay. The lie's been told for so long. It requires that kind of commitment, and that's me. I'm committed to that. I'll be committed all the way. I am committed all the way. I'm in this to the day I die. So that's it. Whatever little that I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be doing it to the day I die. That's that. I'm not going to give up on it at all. Never. I'm always going to be speaking about this topic matter and trying to introduce it to the people I meet wherever I go. I don't force it on anyone. Interesting topic. Whatever they want to talk about will lead to that topic. It's always easy to do it. It's just part of our life, yeah. So, I'm never going to give up.
Through genuine interactions and conversations. That's what I'm with you with that on 100%. Sure, because that's how you can actually convince them. It's different than taking like a megaphone out on the streets and kind of like telling people what's up.
Yeah, that's never going to be my approach. Not megaphone at all. That's never going to be.
Cool. All right.
No way, man. My approach is like leaving a few posters up like a Lord, just look at me, and just say, well, I'm not pushing anything on you, and obviously you'd ask them, do you believe in the moon landing and things like that, and and it's up to you, you can take it or leave it at this point. We're not spinning. That's what I know, and in order for me to know that, I've had to do the research. I've done it. This is the basis of the research that I've done. Please look into it. Go ahead. And when they keep asking me, where do you want to go with this? Well, I'm hoping for change in a big way. So I've called it a revolution because that's what I really want to see happen. And then, I'll obviously be asking them, are you happy with the way we're living today? Government's taxing us. Illegal wars are going on. And people are dying. Who for? Not for me. Not for you. Yeah. So that has to stop in our lifetime. That must stop. We can no longer have people dying. Innocent people are dying, and the soldiers who are doing it are dying, coming back with diseases and illnesses from the theatre of war, and their country's government doesn't acknowledge it. What are we talking? You see? So when that's all it is. Real peace. But if we don't do anything, then we are to blame. That's all. You get the life you get the world that you get if you don't do anything. So that's it. What do you think? Okay, I mean, it's on your line, isn't it? Go on, Jamie. What do you think?
No, really, I was just like listening to what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, I like where Face is coming from. I mean, you've always got to be skeptical, agree, but you've also got to trust. You've got to put that foot forward and go. And when you get your hand bitten, then you know that one's no good. Move on. Don't give up. Okay? I'm older than you anyway. I'm 57. So you can see where I've got a bit more experience, a little bit. Not saying you're inexperienced, but I've been living a bit longer. So you can see why I'm more committed. Yeah? I think it's an age thing because, I'm getting older. I'm not getting any younger. So obviously I want to see results. So I don't care now. I'm in a mode where I'm going all out, balls out all the way. Do you see what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah. You're younger than I am, so I don't know. Maybe when you're a bit.
So what's the first step in that?
What for me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just trying to get everybody on the same page. That's just the first step. That's all I.
But what's actually going to be?
Like you just said, meet people on the streets. This globe-wide tour is going to help a little bit. That's all we can do. Just keep pushing it. Keep pushing it. That's all we can do. Well, like I said, you can't go out with a loud hat. That's not the way. Just got to tease it along. Keep it moving. That's all we can do for now. At the same time, to try and organise ourselves into groups because, we want to have a rush kind of like revolution kind of thing whereby we go out and start protesting and arguing and saying, look, we want change, blah, blah, blah. Then we're going to need more people for that. In that, we want to change the education system to teach both models, for example, rather than just one model. Heliocentrism, teach everything properly, Yeah. And
they're having a discussion in the chat about the flat versus globe thing. I mean,
good. That's how we started. Just softly, steady as she goes. What do you reckon, Place?
Yeah, I agree, and but to me that sounds like the opposite of revolution. Like revolution seems a bit more.
Could be a stealthy one. Can't we have a stealthy revolution? Can't we have a stealthy?
All right. Yeah. I'm all for it on a personal level. Absolutely.
Thank you. Good. Respect, mate. Respect. Say it. Respect. You get a respect from me, man. You're younger than I am. Yeah. I must say, I've met so many interesting people along the way so far. Love it. Just love it. I'm energized fully because of all this. You know what I mean? I'm glad to be able to say I've spoken to you. Very happy for that.
Awesome, man. Thank you. You too. Yeah, it's good to exchange ideas, but I mean,
exchange realities as well. Realities, because you're talking the truth. You're speaking your reality to me, and that's, I respect you for that. Yeah, man. So it's nice.
Yeah, we're all like.
What's your age now? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm 38.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I was 38 when I came to Japan. So yeah, cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, your power. Yeah. I'm 57. I'm hanging on to it now. What? Cling on.
Yeah, 57 is young.
Yeah, still young. I mean, I went out for a 6-mile run yesterday. Yesterday, about 11:30 at night. I like to run at night. There's less traffic, less people, and I can just get on with it. Yeah.
You said you lost like 5 kilograms in 2 days. How did you lose that much? So?
That was sweat.
So it was mostly water that you've lost then, basically.
Yeah. It was sweat. Yeah, definitely was.
But wouldn't you like replenish some of that water though, and then put some weight back on?
I do the run, right? Back here, and then I get a plastic, sit on that, put a towel over my head, and keep the heat boiling up. Do you know what I mean? I've got 6 layers on, so the sweat, so I let the heat reach its peak. So in all that time, I've created like what you would call a micro sauna with my jacket and everything on, and a towel on my head. It's in the heat, and that's where the rest of the body heat comes out in sweat. It's good, man. And then I showered down on that, and then 2 days I weighed myself up, gone down 5 kg. So that's good. I'll probably put a kg or 2 back on for drinking water later on. Yeah, sipping water.
So you're losing water weight, yeah?
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah. Sweat. Mainly sweating at this point. But that was just in 2 days, you know. So let's see how it goes.
It's been a pleasure speaking to you guys. I'm gonna go cut some firewood.
Okay, nice one.
All right, cool.
Be careful. Yeah, it's gonna cut some firewood. Okay. Yeah. Wonder what he's using that for. Cooking, heating his house. Interesting. Firewood, yeah. I mean, if you can live in a country house, fashion, wood log, you know, log stove. Yeah, that's living, I think. If you compare it to the modern times.
Yeah, like log fires and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Not cheap, those cookers. You know, you can still buy them, but they're not cheap. Those cast iron, old-fashioned log ovens.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
the cookers. Yeah, you know, 100, 200-year-old cookers. Wow. There's a second-hand shops I have as well. You know, and they're pretty good. Look on the YouTube, man. People live in a country lifestyle. Pretty good living. I have to admit. Self-sufficiency. Would you consider doing that, Face? Living off the fat of the land?
I mean, I'd love to. I don't prepare right now. But yeah, that's the dream, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I respect people that do that. I'm just not in a place to do that right now. But
have you tasted it at any time in your life?
Like a connection to nature in general, or like actually doing it? Yeah.
Recreational life kind of thing.
Yeah.
Barbecues, camping, canoeing, that kind of thing. Have you tasted that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just not full time by any means right now. You know, I'm living the kind of like a very, very average kind of life, I guess you'd say. But
okay.
Yeah, there's stuff that like that I'm working on. Like again, it's about personal development. To me, like this whole thing is like there's questions that you have about the world that you live in. You know, all kinds of stuff. Questions I've had my whole life, but it just gave me kind of like a new perspective on things, or like a different way to even ask those very like fundamental questions. But you know, I know now is that I think I know. The more I realize, like I really don't know much.
Yeah, I'm the same.
You know, so that's why I'm not. It's almost sad to say, but in a way, like I'm not really sure of anything other than my direct experiences and like my genuine interactions with people.
Brilliant. Well, that's it. That's what you've got to go by. That's who you are. That's who you are. Thank you. That's it.
So maybe the point of this life is like everybody is born into different circumstances, and everybody has problems that are like unique to them, right? And we have issues that are unique to us too. But then sometimes, obviously, there's overlap. Like me and you can have a discussion because, like, the idea, let's say, of flat Earth isn't completely insane to us, right? Whereas to other people, they'd shut you down immediately. So that's where, like, part of our stories overlap. Right.
Our stories overlap on many levels. You know,
the one where you like, I can't really. Like the only way we influence each other maybe is through our conversations, and then like we take what we got out of that exchange and kind of like apply it to our own lives and our own journeys of trying to fix those issues that, or you know, better our situation.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Individually, and I think that ultimately is the way that you affect change in the world, because if you have genuine interactions with people and you're working on yourself at the same time. Then through those interactions, you guys are going to inspire each other to do better in your own individual lives. And that affects the people around you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like on a mass scale, the more we do that kind of, we could actually be changing the world for the better. And while the immediate effects of that might not be very obvious to us, you don't know what kind of impact you're having just by being genuine to the people that you interact with.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, okay, I felt some of that impact a couple of months back, let's say 3 months back, when we introduced this flat earth to my ex-English students. They're now university students into their final years now, okay? And I introduced them to the flat earth, okay? And the only reason I was able to do that was because they came to my son's sports day meet, because they all went to the same school, okay? So they're older than my children, of course, yeah. Okay, so I spoke to them about flat earth. This would be 2016, okay? So when they were a first year at that time, yeah? Okay, now, after 1 year, he calls me back, talking about the moon landings and he doesn't believe it. I said, okay, that's good. Have you spoken to your colleagues? He said, no. I said, why haven't you spoken to your colleagues? You're in university, you have your clubs and your newspapers. What's going on? Get on with it. I said, you're too slow. 1 year and you haven't done that yet. He says, no, I've been looking into it. Okay, look into it some more and then go and talk. 2 years later, he's back on me again. He's come on the Hangouts. He's met Hitchhiker and all the rest of the guys. Spoken to them a little bit. Masato, a couple of others. And then he went off and it's been kicking off at the Tokyo University of Science, Physics and Technology. It's just kicked off big time. Big debates and that. They've called me on Skype. I've had a discussion with their professors. And the first thing they did was like, they came on a strong attack, like, what's my credentials with science and technology? And I said, I don't have any credentials there. Okay, but I'll ask you one question. First, thank you for speaking English. Appreciate that. Can you prove to me that we're living on a spinning ball? And before I even finished, he said, no, I cannot. I said, well then, and you're the professor. I don't have no professor. No, I'm not a professor. So please explain this to your students because they are confused, worried, and lost now. I've introduced the flat earth to them because it's a process of elimination, simple. But now you've said you can't prove it. Please tell them why, so that they can prove. You know what? I spoke to 2 other professors since then, and they were trying to say that I was incorrect. But every time I asked them to prove it, they couldn't. So how can you say I'm incorrect? How? Thank you. Go and speak to your students because they need your help. You know, and the feedback I got there was like mediocre, positive, because the students were saying that I was great. And I said, I'm not greater than you. Okay, I came into the knowledge, I've passed it on to you. Now you have it. If you understand what I've told you and you agree with it, go and pass it on all through your university and other universities. Go out there and debate it because it's time. Japan is behind us, the rest of the world at the moment. Okay, we are slow here. That's what I said to them. So I got a little bit of positive feedback there in that sense. This will be my London. I know because this is the only one that's got WhatsApp. So sorry guys, I'm going to mute there. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Alright. Oh, I got emails.
Yeah. Oh, Jim left.
He's just gone to like.
He got a phone call, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's taking a phone call. I'll put the link out again if anyone else wants to join.
Do you have a lazy eye phase, or is that just a picture? Yeah, somebody just drew that. Have you ever heard of the Twitter Picasso guy?
Oh yeah, I was thinking
Draws
Picasso.
pictures of
It's
you.
like,
Yeah. My eye isn't that crazy. I mean, I think you've seen a picture of me. Or maybe shit, I was wearing sunglasses in the picture that you've seen, so I don't know. But no, it doesn't look like that.
Does anyone want to say anything?
I wanted to tell Jin that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay.
Like, I think his story of like, oh, some professor couldn't prove the Earth is a sphere or something. That's just like stupid, man. There isn't like a professor of fucking proving the Earth is a sphere. That's not a thing.
See what he has to say when he's got off the phone.
I feel like you people on YouTube have this like weird idea that professors at colleges are supposed to know everything or something, and then you try and one up them by proving that they don't, and you look like a fucking asshole.
We people on YouTube. You're people on YouTube.
Yeah.
I haven't battled any professors personally, but like I think the fact that the guy said I can't prove it makes the conversation worth having. You know, like if he said, "Yeah,"
what
I
is it like?
I mean, it's not. It makes it a conversation. You know what I mean?
He could be like a professor of literature. So like, what the fuck is he gonna know? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what that guy did that Jin said he talked to, but yeah, he said he talked to his students first or something. So
like Hyena said he talked to some professor of religion at a wedding, and then he asked him a question about like the history of the Jesuits or something, and the guy didn't know. And Hyena's acting like, oh, what a dumb professor, but it's like, he's a professor of religion, and the guy told him he was more into like the modern day stuff, and like Hyena's asking him a history question, like he should be asking a history professor that shit that specializes in religion, like a historical religion professor. So I don't know, man. It's just like, yeah, I think you YouTube people are fucking lame, and like I should stop coming to YouTube because you're all pathetic, and petty, and weak.
cool, good talk, man. All right.
Hamburger.
In fairness, though, you did have that exchange with Hyena on Discord, so maybe it's like you Discord people are lame, pathetic, and weak, and I should stop coming to Discord. That's where the religion talk happened, right? Yeah.
Alright. So I'm going to say out.
So we just got a message from Hyena that said, "Don't misrepresent me. I asked the person at the wedding what they thought about Neoplatonism being infused with Christianity through the seven." Oh fuck! I can't even read that. How do you pronounce this shit? Go ahead. I'm gonna edit this and then paste it in the chat. Here you go. Or Hyena should just jump in.
Yeah, why not? The link's in the chat so anyone wants to go in.
He could be trolling because, like, I mean, he could. I don't know if you've talked about that since, but like, there it is.
Yeah, I'm saying like you asked a historic. That's more of like a historical question than like a question on religion. And if they're not a professor of the history of religion, and they're obviously not going to know the answer.
Yeah, it's worth talking about if someone tells you I teach or like I give lectures on religion, right? Just casual conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't expect like just because they're a professor on religion and they give lectures on religion that they're gonna like know fucking everything. I mean, because they're not gonna know they might not specialize. You know, people are specialized. They're not really specialized in like the historical facts of everything. You know, they might be specialized, like she said. She specialized in more modern day stuff about religion.
Hmm.
I think it's kind of funny. It's counterintuitive that the way things are set up is like all this like knowledge is specialized and shit, and the more knowledge we acquire as a human race, actually it increases our ignorance because then there's more stuff for us to learn that we haven't learned. So all the like new knowledge and discoveries counterintuitively actually makes the human race more ignorant because there's more stuff that we can't. One person can't know everything. You have to specialize in shit. So it's like the more shit there is to know, the more ignorant we are. So the more we advance it, we increase the ignorance of people.
Hmm.
Yeah, so everybody else is dumb and inadequate and not on your level. I couldn't get my chainsaw to start, so I figured I'd come back in here.
Only Jimmy.
What? Only caught the back end of whatever you just said. Something about Jibby.
Jimmy's on my level.
You guys get triggered the same amount if you're talking about like a temperament level.
Right. Right. Does someone say something?
I was waiting for Hyena to jump in, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, I see Ian in the chat now, yeah. Apparently, according to me, energy's in strange flow everywhere tonight.
I'm on the phone. What was the question that Hyena asked the professor? Do you know, B-Mars?
I put it in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know.
Seems to be sort of a common theme, right? Like those redneck dumpster defenders. He said they should spend life in jail. And you hadn't even watched the video, didn't even know any of the context. You just said they were murderers because you didn't know. And then when I said, hey, here's the video, so that you couldn't claim ignorance anymore, you didn't watch the video.
Yeah, it's like a snuff video. I want to watch a snuff video.
Are you afraid of your own mortality? It's not a snuff video. There's no blood. You're calling it a snuff video, and you haven't even seen the video. You don't even know what's in there.
It's a video of a dude getting murdered. I've seen a clip of it at a different angle. I don't think like stand your ground and shit gives you the right to like tell someone. Fucked up.
Yeah, Trayvon and everything. But you didn't even watch the video. You don't even know what happened. But I get it. You should just let people hit you in the head with a bat.
You should diffuse the situation, not escalate the situation.
Yeah, it had already been escalated.
I don't know. Why you want to defend people that murder other people? That's fucked up.
Well, it's not murder, but I'm not defending him.
If I came at you with a bat and you had a gun, would you be afraid for your life? Because I would be like, I have a gun and that guy has a bat. I'm pretty secure here. I'm gonna be really.
Right, but then the person would think comfortable was the gun, right? Needed to probably use it. Not defending shit that happened in that video either. I'm just analyzing the video.
They should have left and called the police. There's like no reason to just stay there and stand your ground. All they have to do is go inside their house and call the police.
I'll be back within just a second, Pierre. I'm calling the police, but I'm on the phone.
Call the police on Hinge.
I wouldn't put it past you, man, to be honest.
Yeah. No one else coming in.
Where's Jen?
Oh, he must still be on the phone. He's on the phone with his brother or something.
Arrested soldier should come in 5 minutes.
All right. So what have you been up to then?
Just working out. I did pull-ups and I went on a bike ride. It's really nice out.
Oh, is that for real then?
What?
what you just said?
Yeah, I did like 20-some pull-ups, 24 pull-ups ish. And I biked for quite a while. I don't know how far. I biked for like an hour, over an hour.
Yeah.
Starting to get kind of muscly. I don't know. It's hard to build muscle, man. It's not easy. You have to eat a lot of food.
Well, yeah, you probably just like get more fat than muscle, like if you eating the wrong kind of foods.
I've been eating super healthy, like almost no sugar in my diet, and I cook all my own meals. And yeah, I've been eating super healthy.
So what kind of stuff like?
I eat make like corn tortilla tacos. Eat a lot of celery. Sometimes I put peanut butter on it, and pasta. My main thing. So I get like a lot of carbs, fat, and protein, and then I get vegetables, and I eat a lot of celery. Eat a lot of fiber through that. And then I also do vitamin supplements and fish oil supplement. So I got pretty fucking healthy diet. I don't eat any like fast food or junk.
Well, that's good then.
The junkiest thing I'll eat is like sometimes I'll treat myself. I'll have like a yogurt or something. But it's not. Yogurt's actually kind of bad for you because it's got a lot of sugar. But as long as you don't like eat a shitload of it, it's not. You know, you can have a little bit of.
Well, I suppose if it's like added sugar, well, usually it is because they try and make it sweet. So.
Well, yeah, because if you just have plain yogurt, you can buy plain yogurt, but it tastes like shit. So I'd rather have the shit with sugar. I just treat it like a dessert. So I just have a little bit. You can have a little bit of bad stuff.
We could get like a plain one and then put fruit in it or something like.
Yeah, but like fruit is actually not that great for you because it's high in sugar. So I don't really eat a lot of fruit.
No.
Yeah, when I get yogurt, I put fruit in it. So, are you still doing the vegetarian thing?
Well, it's like no animal products basically, but I mean, yeah. So, I mean, you probably think that's not very good.
Well, I actually think there's a conspiracy behind it. Cause,
yeah, I remember you kind of talked about the agenda to push like the, like what, meat tax or something.
Yeah, though you're going to use climate change as an excuse to get people to stop eating meat, and that will lead to a decline in health, in my opinion, which will make people more susceptible to like a black plague or depopulation through making people sick.
Well, I heard some like I don't know, like I'll throw something about a solar minimum that's supposed to be coming up, and people are saying now that they're trying to push all this stuff because they want to get people onto a diet that's it's it's becoming depleted over time with the the crop failing and stuff like that.
Yeah,
they're not getting good enough yields now or something, because the solar activity or something is not what it was.
Yeah, the food that we get doesn't have as amount of nutrients in it as it used to because the soil.
Well, yeah, they got the soil. Yeah, I was talking more about the sun and I don't know if the sun's kind of I've heard it's supposed to get to a solar minimum, but it could just be well, I suppose the nutrients like the vitamins and stuff like that in the soil, that will be depleted if they don't put it back in, because, well, where's it going to go if they don't put it back in? Well, I've heard this thing that when like when you go for a dump, it actually goes like to be used for a cooker or something. I think that's what Jez was saying. I don't know how true that is. I've not looked into that one. Have you heard that one?
I'm not sure. No, let's repeat that again. I didn't hear.
Like, you know, like when you do a dump and then that goes to wherever the
Right.
treatment works or whatever. Apparently it goes to like a company that will use it to make like I don't know, to power a cooker or something like that.
Oh, really?
I don't know, that's what I've heard. I don't know how true it is, but thing is though, like most people aren't actually like, they're just like they dump it away and they don't think of it. But there's things in it that can be like turned over, like, and go back into the soil. So, you know, stuff that can benefit the soil, but you know, but most people aren't doing that. It's like, obviously they do it with like manure and stuff, like the cow manure, stuff like that in the fields.
I guess I gotta retract what I said about hyena. I misrepresented what he said.
Why? What was he saying?
I guess I don't really understand. Like he was saying, he was asking someone a question about the ecumenic. I can't even pronounce the shit. Ecumenical council, where the canon was separated from the apocrypha. I don't even know this shit. It's the basis for Christendom, according to Ed, but I don't know. Ed says a lot of shit. Anyway, if me ever see, this is the thing though, hyena. You're saying here, if a regular retard like you know something that a university professor should know, I don't think that's necessarily true. Like just because that's the point I was trying to make. Is like just because someone's a university professor, it's like they don't fucking know everything. I don't know why people like here talking on YouTube basically. Like Jen here was just talking about this professor couldn't prove the Earth was a sphere, as if like that's some shocking thing or something. I don't know.
Dude, you of all people talking about how like we shouldn't trust the like official narrative, but you're like always quoting Wikipedia. Come on, Pete. Don't talk like we don't know you.
Wikipedia is a great resource for quick references.
Yeah, and a 5-year-old could fucking change shit on Wikipedia, dude. Come on.
Yeah, but they also edit it and change it back.
Okay.
I tried to change it so like Danny DeVito, I put on there that he was under 5 feet tall, but then they would edit it like really quick.
Okay.
I mean, the information on Wikipedia is not. No, you have to do like further research, but it's a good reference to like general knowledge.
Weird, Pete. Cool story. It's funny. What did you say a second ago about Ed? You were like, he says stuff sometimes, but you don't follow it because you don't look into probably 90% of the stuff that they talk about over, or that Ed talks about.
I think Ed says a lot of shit that's like totally wrong.
Like what? Name one thing.
Like the other day when he was saying, what did he say, like 95% of something was Switzerland, but then he admitted he was wrong about that.
I didn't see him admitting that he was wrong. I saw Hyena backing him up and saying, yeah, it's like the banks are mainly Swiss, and the Swiss happen to be, behind a lot of shit. I mean, I don't honestly, I don't like. I'm not gonna pretend to sit here and fucking spout off a bunch of stuff about Switzerland because I haven't done as much research as they have into it. But I mean, the Swiss guards are at the Vatican, and there is quite a bit of, I mean, even like Wikipedia stuff, since that's like your Lord and Savior, you can go and fact check a lot of it. Their stuff it's like verified through Wikipedia. So, I mean, he did post a bunch of links if you saw in there. I can't post any of them in here, so I have a Google wrench or whatever, but I did see quite a few between him. Their claims. But that's the funny thing about UP is that you don't back anything that you have to say up. You say people are stupid, but you never actually get into like the nitty gritty details of anything. It's always like, you're dumb, you're stupid, you don't know what you're talking about, but then you never like actually go into any depth. You know what I mean? Like, why do you do that? I don't understand. Like, what's the point of like having a debate if you're just? I mean, I've heard Ed wreck you like numerous times. You're just quiet, and then you just say you're dumb, and then you leave. Like that, how is that a rebuttal? Like Ed actually like drops knowledge, and just either you don't understand it or refuse to like actually look into it further to have like an educated debate on it. I don't know. I don't really understand the mentality behind that.
I just like to argue and talk shit.
Yeah, but I mean, you could make an actual decent argument if like you did a little bit of the research and then could like rebuttal like what specifically they were wrong about. Instead you just say you're stupid, that's not right, and then even when they drop links, you're still like, you just don't hear from you again about it. Like, you won't even admit like, yeah, okay, you're right, I spoke out of line, I spoke on something I maybe didn't do that much research on, my bad. Like, just eating a little bit of humble pie every once in a while will fucking take you a lot further in life in general, I think. Like, when Ed is wrong, he'll say, yeah, oh, my bad, I misspoke. It's not 95%, it's 90% or something. But like, tomato, when it comes to like, majority of banks being, or majority of the money having to go through the Swiss fucking shit. Like, I don't know. I mean, I just think it's funny that like, I don't know. For me, like, I'm not gonna sit there and argue something I haven't done a bunch of research on, but it doesn't sound like you come back with like any proper kind of rebuttals. Like, I think they'd respect you a lot more if you just like came back with some actual like links or some points. Instead, you just throw out insults and then leave. And I don't really understand what the point of that is. Like, I guess if your point is to just call people the N-word and talk shit, then you're doing a real good job with that. But as far as making any valid points, like, I don't know, bro. I'm just trying to help you out.
Yeah, I just like to talk about shit. Like, I think we're all indoctrinated and brainwashed.
So do you think that like everybody's indoctrinated and brainwashed, like even like float believers, or do you think that they're not indoctrinated and brainwashed?
I think I'm indoctrinated and brainwashed.
Okay. Well, at least you can admit that much. Bravo.
So I stopped doing research probably in 2009 because I figured I came to the conclusion that everything I was researching was just like some propaganda bullshit. Everything you research is going to be biased from people who you get the information from.
So you stopped doing research in 2009?
Yeah.
What a boring life.
I tried to focus on it. Yeah, I get bored a lot.
I mean, I get what you're saying. It's like you have to look at every angle, look at both sides, and then recognize that there's probably like 5 other sides other than the 2 sides that you originally thought there were, and it's all probably bullshit. I totally have felt that way about a lot of stuff, but I mean, it doesn't keep me from wanting to research more, you know, like even like the food stuff, like it seems like you're on the health kick lately, so like you don't know that carbs are like the worst possible thing you can be putting in your body, and eating pasta has got to be like the dumbest fucking thing you could do if you're trying to be healthy. But I mean, if you want to do research,
I don't think research would support that.
I guess it depends on what research you're looking at, because there's tons of research that support that carbs are fucking terrible for you and your body can't digest it, and that's why you have to supplement everything. Like if you're leading a really healthy life, you shouldn't have to supplement anything. You shouldn't be having to take a bunch of pills all the time to supplement your fucking vegan, you know, vegetarian, whatever, you know, celery and peanut butter.
I think that's wrong because like the food we get doesn't have the same amount of nutrients as it did in the past because the soil is good.
Yeah, the soil doesn't have any nutrients left, which is exactly my point. Like, what's the point?
Even if you're eating a healthy diet, you should supplement vitamins and minerals. I think it's good. So, and yeah, like carbohydrates are a macronutrient to go along with fat and protein. You need carbohydrates. Like that's
no, you don't need pasta. You don't need these things. But you know, whatever.
I've tried a keto diet.
Yeah, actually, I remember a couple of years ago you were talking about like you're giving props to cats, like you know, lost a bunch of weight, like I feel great. You're like crazy. And all of a sudden, the story has changed. So I'm wondering if you're lying or if you're lying then or you're lying now or what. The story definitely has changed.
Initially, I felt good on the keto diet, but after doing it for a longer time, I couldn't exercise. Like I go to the gym to exercise, and I have no energy.
No energy? What were you eating?
It's like meat and fat.
Like you're eating little chunks of fat, or like you're eating like high fat stuff? Like what are you eating?
I was eating like strawberries and whipped cream.
Not fat. I mean, whipped cream, the cream, but there's sugar in whipped cream, so you're better off.
There's like almost no sugar in whipped cream actually.
Really?
Yeah, very, very small amount of sugar.
I've made whipped cream from scratch. There's definitely sugar in whipped cream, though. Like
it's like 1 gram of sugar.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's like very small amount. Must be. That's what Texas recommended whipped cream. Because it's like hardly any sugar. He said you could have like 20 grams of sugar a day.
Well, when you meat and you don't have energy, like you're just not eating very much. Like I'm confused. Like was it wintertime? Like there's got to be other things. I've been doing keto for I started keto shit like 6 months before I even started talking to Kat. He actually tried taking credit for me like being on that when I did. Like I wasn't even talking to me when I started this shit. But I felt like I had more energy. I definitely felt like.
I don't think I think it can work for people. Like I think everyone's different. Like there's no diet that works for everyone. You gotta find. That's why I recommend people like eat what makes them feel good, rather than like recommending that. I think it's bad to recommend specific diets. Everyone has a different body chemistry and makeup. Do it works for them. So,
yeah, I mean, I guess like
there's high carb diets. Like there's a YouTuber named High Carb Hannah. She lost a shitload of weight eating a high carb diet. Carbohydrates aren't the villain they're made out to be. Like that's just
kind of like how they say fat and stuff. That's actually
back in the day they used to demonize fat, and now they're demonizing carbohydrates. It's like fucking 10 years from now they'll be demonizing protein. Protein, it's just bullshit. Well, I think it's bullshit. bullshit. I think all those diet. I think that's all propaganda bullshit. Like if you like keto, that works for you. Like great. Ultimately, it comes down to macronutrients and micronutrients. You gotta hit what you need. You gotta hit the carb, the fat, protein that you need. I mean, you don't necessarily need carbs if you want to do keto, and then get your micronutrients, and then just give your body what it needs. So it doesn't matter how you do it, whatever works best. So that's what I think. Shit. I'd say Rusty won that argument. Definitely retarded. New perspective. Why don't you come in here and tell me about the flat Earth? New perspective was like making someone else try to convince me the Earth is flat. It's gonna have balls to do it himself. It's like, yo, tell P-Mars why the Earth is flat, dude. Yo, show P-Mars your flat Earth evidence. Well, P-Mars, what do you think about this evidence? Idiot. That's why when I was riding my bike today, I was like, man, all these YouTube people, they're just like these fame-thirsty, wannabe celebrity. They're kind of like scummy people. Like, I think you're pretty cool, Jamie, because you seem just like down to earth and humble. You seem like a nice guy. You're not like trying to be fucking famous or act like you fucking know everything. All these people on YouTube, man, they're all like trying to be something they're not. They're all, I don't know, they got that LA Hollywood mentality. They're just fame, clicks and likes, and they're just obsessed with that stuff. So I think YouTube attracts like really vain, superficial, shallow people. That's starting to think.
Yeah, that's it. It's just like kind of me and you now then.
Yeah, people don't like the truth.
Oh, she said can't get back in. What, did you boot her out or something?
No, I didn't. I can't even see the back chat. Like, I can't even see that I'm in a call. Back chat.
Well, that keto thing, I mean, I've heard mixed stuff about that. Some say it's like great and they've never felt better, and then there's people that say that they don't have any energy, and I don't know. Like you said, it's like it might be down to the body type, and different people can, like, some people might be able to metabolize fats better for energy than other people can. And I don't know.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, I couldn't connect again until it's so cool. Bad. I needed to be on stupid episode. But anyways, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Like, obviously I can't. I've never been in anybody else's shoes. Like, I've only had this body from what I know, so I don't know what works for me. For me, the whole cutting the carbs out did fucking wonders. Have a lot more energy. It made me feel better. It made me great. So I'm a big supporter of the carnivore type diet. But to each their own. I mean, there's a difference too, like with dairy. I saw in chat about dairy. messing with people. Like, yeah, there's a big difference between raw milk and pasteurized milk. Like all the nutrients are taken out. Like you might as well not drink milk. I mean,
there's a difference in carbs as well, right? Like there's simple carbs and there's complex carbs. And like Alexis was saying, then like eating sweet potatoes is okay.
Yeah.
They're complex carbs, and it takes your body longer to digest them. So like simple carbs, they can kind of have an issue because your body then processes it really fast, and then all this energy hits your bloodstream at once. It spikes your insulin, and I think it causes you to like store fat. But I do this thing where if you like bake a potato and put it in the refrigerator overnight, it'll form resistant starch, and then it'll like have a slower release on the energy. It won't spike your insulin as bad. The same thing with pasta. So what I do when I eat pasta or potatoes is I'll like cook it and cool it in the fridge, and then I reheat it up, and then it has creates they say resistant starch, which yeah, it helps doesn't spike your bloodstream with insulin or whatever like simple carbs usually do. So that's something to take note of.
Good, yeah, that's interesting. I'll have to look into that more. But I mean, for the most part, I try and stay away from night and stuff. It's something. It's probably been like 8 months now that I've been, for the most part, trying to stay away from them. But you know, nightshades are like white potatoes. Sweet potatoes are okay. There's like purple Japanese potatoes, like sweet potatoes that they do. Yeah, no, I used to. I still do, but I just kind of like on special occasions for this shit, like have mashed potatoes and whatever. But you know, but for the most part, like it's tomatoes, causes inflammation, green beans, cayenne pepper, like pretty much any of the chilies, which sucks because like I definitely grew up like eating lots of healthy spicy stuff, making salsa fresh from scratch, and I had a whole garden full of tomatoes, and I decided to stop eating my shit, like giving tomatoes away and forced to people to have to keep eating them. So like, I think all this shit that I really like eating one. But I noticed a big difference, like heartburn and all that stuff. Like I didn't realize how much of a difference it made until I actually tried it. You know, a lot of the stuff like you can read all you want online about it, until you actually put it into real life, try it out, and you don't really know how it's gonna affect you. You know,
That sucks.
yeah, I mean, I used to eat tomatoes like fucking apples, you know, I just love tomatoes, but like I did notice that I like wasn't like I just noticed how much better I feel now that I'm not eating them. And then now when I do, like every once in a while I'll have like the other day I had some pizza, you know, it's got tomato sauce on it. So totally had like the worst heartburn that night. And I've had pizza before, like I do a green pizza with like ricotta base, doesn't have tomatoes, and you know, do like the same kind of toppings that I like, cheese and whatever. It all turns out really good, but like it's just not that tomato base, and tomatoes for some reason are like super agitating. If you're not bothered by them, like I didn't know I was bothered by it until I went without it for a while, and then reintroduced it back into my system, and it was like, whoa, okay, now I see the difference for sure. So I mean, teach them.
That's funny. That kind of reminds me of like if I don't drink soda pop for a year, and then I'll drink soda, it'll be gross.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I would do the same thing. I eat soda for
if I keep drinking it, I can get addicted to it really easy again. That's a big thing. I think it's like why people are overweight is like drinking calories. You just only drink water. That's a big difference.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's better for you to just drink water. I get like no chloride, BPA-free plastic and all that shit. And distilled water's good too. It's funny, one time I was buying distilled water and the guy was like, you know, that's distilled water. Like, as if he thought drinking distilled water would kill you or something or be bad.
And a lot of people think distilled water is like bad for you. There's no minerals in there. There's also no fluoride. Like,
There's like populations in countries like in the Middle East where there's not a lot of water sources, and the only water they have access to is distilled water. So there's like entire populations that live on distilled water, and like people in America think you're gonna fucking die or something if you drink it. So it's not like how ignorant people are. It's insane.
right? It has to say drinking on it. When you're drinking.
I guess like it's used for like steam to iron, and you need distilled water for your car. It's basically you want pure. You don't want like minerals and shit to like fuck up your car. Mechanics and shit. So he thinks it's just for a car. I don't know. But yeah, that's what distillation I think is one of the few ways to get rid of fluoride in water, because a lot of fluoride is really tiny, I guess. A lot of purifiers can't eliminate it. So
Yeah, I think I read the only way to get rid of fluoride is distilled water.
I think there are filters that get rid of fluoride, but I would say mostly not.
Yeah, I don't know. But if there is one, I would like to know.
I think the Berkey, like the one Alex Jones.
The Berkey one doesn't do that.
No.
Yeah. So far from my research.
I'm pretty sure Alex Jones says it does.
Yeah, well, Alex Jones says a lot of shit is cool.
Yeah, I really go by that.
Yeah, and didn't somebody test like male vitality and all like supplements to find out that there was like a bunch of garbage shit like in it?
That's actually with most supplements. I buy my like if you buy vitamins at a store, they're gonna be shit. I order mine online from this company called Thorn that like hospitals use this company.
It's not the hospital uses it. That doesn't legit either. I mean, if it's like liquid, is it liquid or?
No, it's like a pill.
Oh, it's a pill. Well, if it's got that, I forget what that like binding agent is. If it's like the clear capsule type things, those are usually better from what I've understood.
Well, I bought them because this like doctor lady was talking about them. She was saying about how like most vitamins have a bunch of crap filler binding agents. Yeah. The body doesn't absorb it. Yeah. And that uses this company that I use. Like they got the idea from her. And they have like the highest quality stuff, and they're like.
What's the name of the woman?
She was on Joe Rogan. I can't remember her name. Her name's like Dr. Patrick, Laura Patrick, maybe.
Okay.
And she should really get shit on Joe Rogan. She's talking a lot of shit about all the other health people that didn't know shit that was on Joe Rogan. So that's why I liked her. So like, yeah, so these vitamins are absorbed better, and they're up to like the medical standard quality. Because like a lot of vitamins are shit. There's no like quality control standard.
I would think like the liquid concentrate kind would probably be the best. It has like the least, as far as when it comes to like binding agents and fucking added shit to like make it an actual capsule, Like I take like iron and zinc and all that, but it's like in like a liquid form, Like do a shot, put it in water. That's what I heard was like the best for your body to absorb it or whatever. But I don't know, I have to check out this lady, even though I'm not a fan of it. I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I hate Joe Rogan, but I watched, she was on him 3 times maybe, and I watched all of it. I really liked her health advice. She's really scientific, like she's a doctor, but she seemed like an actual open-minded scientific person. Like she questioned vaccines and stuff. She tried to look into, but there's no. Of course, like science is rigged in a way to make it look like it supports vaccines, but she at least was open-minded. Like she didn't ignore the anecdotal stories and stuff, which a lot of people do. Yeah, I don't know. I thought she was cool, and like she mentioned, yeah, like the thing with the health industry and supplement industry, it's like $1 billion fucking industry. So they put out a lot of propaganda. So a lot of like articles in the media and the news and shit you read about health. So it's like bullshit to sell products. So
Yeah, definitely. I'll agree with that for sure.
I remember when I was a kid, it was like, fat was really bad, and then we buy all this shit with no fat, right? So my mom would buy these little like snack, cookie type things that had no fat in them, and it's like it plays on your like ignorance, like you think you eat fat and it just stays as fat and like goes onto your body as fat or something. Oh yeah, if I don't eat, so like I thought I could just eat all these like cookies and not get fat because there's no fat, right?
Well, yeah, that's like when people drink diet soda. Like, but it's diet. I'm on a fucking diet. Like,
oh yeah, the first time I lost weight was in like 9th grade. I switched from regular soda to diet soda, and yeah, then I found out about aspartame later on.
Yeah, shit's fucking terrible. And it tastes gross, too. Like, I used to work at this restaurant. There was this guy that always came in and always did a diet. And always tell him, fucking, the aspartame's gonna kill you, bro. Like, if you're gonna drink soda, you might as well just drink regular soda and not have, like, that nasty film left on your fucking tongue after you drink nasty diet shit. And he'd, like, come in and be like, can you get me that aspartame soda? He'd start calling it the aspartame shit. I'm telling you, it's fucking... don't listen to me. I don't care. Whatever. Fucking drink your shit.
My mom was so dumb, man. It's like I didn't like the water out of the faucet at her home because I thought it tasted bad. Yeah, so I wanted her to buy it. I wanted her to buy the awesome water at the grocery store that I buy now that has like no fluoride and shit in it. And she would never buy me the water, but if I asked to buy soda, she'd buy me fucking soda. I like never drank water. I just drank like juice and soda as a kid. I was like super fat because of that. If I would just been drinking water, I probably wouldn't have been so fat. Yeah. But she would never buy me the water, and I didn't like the faucet water, so I was like never drink. I was always drinking like sugar.
And like the soda water is like made with faucet water anyway, so like you're still drinking it. It's just like flavored faucet water.
Did you know that like fucking orange juice that you buy at the store is worse than soda pop? Actually, because it has way more sugar. Yeah, and so people think it's like healthy because it's orange juice.
Right. That's crazy. Shit. Well, I gotta go do stuff around the house now. I just want to jump in for a second and give you shit, Pete. Shit talking sometimes.
Yeah, I need people to give me shit. I like to talk shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like, I don't know.
I'll go on the Discord.
I'm actually like fighting, so yeah, go on Discord and talk shit.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting us on. I forgot whose channel is this? What's your name again? Jamie Brown.
Jamie Brown.
Thanks, Jamie Brown. It's nice chit chatting.
Thanks, Jamie.
All right. Yeah. Thanks.
I'll come back another time.
All right.
Have a good evening.
Yeah. You too.
Toodles.
All right. Put the link in the.
Nice one, Jamie. You're giving up now, yeah?
What?
So, hang on, I'm just talking to someone. Hold on, I just got a message. What do you call? So, is that you're packing up now, Jamie? Are you?
Not now. If someone else wants to come on, I'll keep it going a bit longer.
Sorry, say that again. Let me know what.
I'll keep it going a bit longer if someone else wants to talk about
What
something.
happened to the others? They just decided to.
Yeah, they've just gone now.
It was quite interesting. I was listening to that.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm hearing a lot of noise.
Sorry?
I'm hearing a lot of noise.
Yeah, sorry, that's my brother in the supermarket.
Yeah.
All right, well then I'm going to leave. I'll put myself on mute for now.
All right. All right. No, orange juice is sugar-free. Yeah, talking about sugar-free, it's not, well, I suppose it depends if it's got the fiber in it, like the bits in it. It actually slows down the absorption of sugar, so it doesn't spike your blood sugar levels as quickly. So yeah, it wouldn't be quite the same if it has the actual fiber in it, as say like where it's got but it's just an empty calorie kind of thing where there's no other nutrients to go with it. Yeah, the sugar already in the fruit, yeah. Yeah, what they have to do is say no added sugar now, actually. They don't call it sugar-free. But there was actually a flapjack that they do, and it says it's no added sugar, but then you actually look at the ingredients, and it actually has date syrup as an ingredient. Well, I'm thinking, well, isn't that a sugar? It's like an added sugar. It's like putting honey in it or something, or maple syrup or something like that in the ingredients, because it's a sugar. I mean, date syrup is, yeah. So I'd call that a sugar. So it's just a marketing ploy as far as I can tell. Yeah. Yeah, what is truly sugar free? Probably like oil or something, and probably like meat stuff and like fish, I suppose. Like, I mean, even milk has a small amount of sugar in it. So with milk in it, you couldn't call that sugar free unless you take the lactose out of it. Sugar's okay in moderation. Yeah, I think everything, I suppose. Well, not everything, but depends on the type of sugar that you're consuming. Um, how you doing, Mick? Good to see you. Flowers, still water. But yeah, we've talked about this sort of stuff. Like the sugar and everything. Natural sugar versus refined sugar. I think it's kind of like people shouldn't probably compare the two together necessarily, because like when you get the refined like table sugar or syrup or whatever, it's going to be different to say like having the naturally occurring sugars in the fruit, having it in its whole form. But yeah, it's like there's like what P. Mars was saying, how that one kind of time they'll kind of demonize fat, and then they'll demonize carbs, and probably demonize protein, and there'll be something they'll demonize. Maybe they'll demonize fiber or something and say that's bad, or they'll I don't know, probably the other things that they'll demonize. I guess it's just like whatever's like the in thing to demonize, and people just do that. I don't know why. It's just like it's what you see in the papers and stuff, isn't it? Flavor of the month kind of thing, you know. Put some of the next week or whatever they'll just contradict everything that they said before. So people that buy that kind of stuff, I mean, why? Just buying stuff that's a lot of it's just junk. Like you might get a few headlines of things, and then you got like, suppose you got all the crossword. I mean, the people who are bored, they just like to do the crosswords and stuff, the puzzles, the quizzes, whatever. Yeah, whatever floats your boat. All right, so yeah, the body makes sugar, so we need it. Well, I've heard this thing that when people talk about how when you've depleted sugar that you actually start burning fat for fuel, but I've heard that it doesn't just go straight over into fat. They actually starts to use the like damaged kind of cells and proteins that the body cannot use as muscle. I mean, basically the excesses of those kind of stuff, it starts to use those, and it kind of, so it can actually be good to get into that kind of state. I've heard, because you keep clean. If you keep doing that, you get like a sort of if you go into that for up to about, I think they say up to about 72 hours, you get into like a sort of cellular regeneration, because you're cleaning it out, and basically what you're doing is you're turning over the old damaged cells and using it for energy. That's what happens before you start going into your fats and stuff. I've heard, yeah, that you can't just live on like fat, that there are certain things that you need carbs for. But I mean, maybe everyone's different, but I mean, things taste sweet, so to me that kind of indicates that we, the fact that things taste sweet, it kind of, well, we have a receptor for sugar there. I mean, sugary things actually, obviously if it's not too extreme, I suppose people have become like, where they've become kind of numb to it in a way. It's like too much stimulation, and you think, oh yeah, that's kind of sweet, but then it's like there's loads of sugar in it, so it should be really sweet. Like a piece of fruit wouldn't be sweet to someone, like if they're so addicted to sugar. So I do agree that sugar shouldn't be like, especially like the simple sugar without any of the other things, other nutrients to kind of go along with it. But yeah, I think even some of the keto people say that we need a small amount of carbs because there's functions for them that we need maybe about, I don't know, 20 to 30 grams a day or something like that. That's what some of these people try and get down to, like 30 grams a day. So, like, if you just had one banana, like one medium-sized banana, that would literally be all you could have of carbs in one day. That's what these people are some of these people advocate this kind of, highly kind of restricted carb thing, because they say, well, otherwise you're not staying in ketosis because you're causing a spike in your insulin, and so then you start burning carbs and then you kind of switch back into ketosis. But yeah, I've looked into this a bit, but when people say they lose weight and all that, I don't know, I mean, maybe the carbs actually create bloating more because of how heavy they are. Like say if you was to have like, I mean, it's what, 4 calories per gram in a carb, whereas in fat it's like 9 calories per 1 gram. And it's 4 grams in, so it's like 4 for protein, 4 for carbs, and 9 for fat. So if you was to like have more fat, then you'd not need to eat as big of a volume, and remember that sort of volume that you eat, like all those carbs, it's going to be holding on to water, so you're probably going to get thirsty and all that. So you drink more water, so it probably just, I mean, maybe that kind of accounts for some of the weight loss that people get on that kind of diet, where they're actually, because they're not eating as big of a volume of food, that it's caused them to lose weight. But I don't see how else it could really make you lose weight. I mean, how can it be this magic thing to make people lose weight? I'm pretty sure that if you have carbs and if you're doing the same amount of exercise and you're eating the same amount of calories, you think it wouldn't really make a massive difference, because you're still getting the same amount of calories. So I guess it depends how they're burnt. Because to me, in order to lose more weight, you have to be in more of a deficit in terms of like calories and stuff. Oh.
Hello, Jamie.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay then. I didn't think you could because you kept saying hello. I just come up to share my picture.
Yeah, I see it.
I pushed the muscle.
All right.
Do you think that's funny?
I guess. Just a little bit.
Because we all know it's you pulled a muscle.
Yeah, I
That's
get
the
what
phrase.
you mean. Yeah.
And that's how ironic and stupid Dao is. And people that follow him will become as stupid as him eventually. Anyway, carry on with your diet tips, Jamie. I was listening.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't really given any tip. I mean, not like any. I don't know. It was just like it's just like people talking about like the fats and the carbs and stuff.
How do you get 3,500 calories a day? What sort of food do you eat to get that?
No, I don't. I don't think I get 3,500. Probably more like I don't know, but probably between 2,500 to 3,000. Probably. I don't know. I'm not counting them exactly, so I couldn't really say.
Yeah, banana's about 100 carbs, isn't it? 125 for a big banana.
Yeah, around that. So I'd have to be on like.
Sorry.
I'd have to be on like 25 bananas a day, so to. There's actually people that do that kind of stuff. Like, what is it?
Do you remember on actually it was on Beyond the Imaginary Curve when they had Eric Debay on there and Ali B said that he survived on an apple a day. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. I thought he said he was on about 5 apples or something. I don't know.
Well, yeah, obviously not one.
Yeah, not one. No.
And then because obviously Eric Debay's into his carbs and that because of his the way he lives his life, he explained that he couldn't physically survive on that. And then the next second, Gavin said he brought 10 books when Eric Debay brought his book out and gave them to his friends. How stupid was that? Do you remember that?
Not that, no.
That was on the same show with the apples. That was the only time Eric's been on there, actually. Gavin said, when your book came out, I bought 10 copies and gave some to my friends. I thought, what a fucking bumlicker. Have you noticed, look, Beyond the Imaginary Curve, it's like it died off and then it picked up again. And they changed the format now. Gavin's not on there so much because he can't tolerate all that bullshit about there's no such force as pull.
I haven't been like paying attention to that stuff, really.
That's probably the best thing to do. I'm punishing myself by watching some of it. No, you should never deleted your channel, Jamie Brown. You had a big channel, you should have kept it and just maybe made the videos private or something and then started again on that same channel.
Yeah, I guess I just couldn't be bothered with it. I don't know.
I did send you a message, but obviously you either didn't see it or ignored it or whatever. That was, it's back when you deleted it. That's a shame. Anyway, so you carrying on, are you? Oh, that's another person here, is that?
Oh, we got another. Oh, it's. Huh?
There's 3 people in the hangout.
Yeah, it's just Jin, but he's kind of on mute at the moment.
Oh, he's in the laundrette, is he? Okay.
We're just on mute at the moment, so I'm probably not gonna keep it going too much longer. Anyway, it's.
No, I'm going to go through anyway. If you, what time is it? 20. Well, it's almost 30. It's quarter to 12.
Yeah.
Almost. No, I just thought I'd come on and share my football picture.
Yeah, you like your memes, don't you?
Oh, I certainly do, yes. I've got hundreds of them. I've got animations as well, GIF files. Anyway, I'll go on mute, Jamie, and you carry on with your calories and starch and stuff. Peanuts are good for fibre in that, apparently. Salted peanuts.
Yeah, I have that, but it's sometimes, but I don't know. But I don't know if it's too much salt or something, but.
Yeah, I've cut down on meat a lot, not because I'm a vegan or a vegetarian or anything. It's just because it's so expensive, and to cook it takes like like a roast beef joint takes like 2 hours to cook. That's a lot of electricity to It just makes it frustrating when you got.
Suppose you could eat like the processed meats, but that's not very
Oh no, they're horrible.
clean, is it?
No, I don't like them. I do have obviously I still have roast beef and lamb and that, but when I cook it, I cook like 2 or 3 portions and then freeze them down and warm them back up in the microwave whenever I eat them. Yeah, cooking for one is not so easy as cooking for like a family, is it?
No, yeah, it's totally different.
Yeah, putting all those hot plates on with the saucepans in the oven. It just seems so expensive. Anyway, Jamie, you carry on. I'm listening.
All right, yeah, I don't know. What was I on? Just like it's just that people talk about the keto diet and how they lose weight on it and stuff. Not that I'm trying to lose weight at all. I mean, I'm just is that Rusted Soul was on before saying about the keto diet or something, and how this kind of high fat, low carb diet, it's supposed to be like people saying it's good for weight loss and whatever. I don't see how it could make you lose that much weight. Maybe because of you don't have to eat as big of a volume of food.
Anyway, Jamie, maybe put like if you drink coffee.
No.
Oh, if you did, you could put cream in there instead of milk. Another thing is not to have a lot of water before you eat meals.
Well, you said don't have a lot of water before meals.
Yeah. Limit your intake of like obviously water would be tea as well. So don't drink a lot of tea before your main meal.
Yeah, I don't do that anyway. But why is that?
It's just because it well, I'm guessing it. I'm not sure, but I'm guessing it dilutes the concentrates of the food and makes them disperse more quickly, and they don't get so much benefit from it. Don't really know, but that's why I read some tips on. Avocado's apparently good for building up body weight.
What's good for building up? Is it?
Avocado.
Well, yeah, it's the fatty, isn't it? So.
It's a fatty fruit, yeah.
Yeah.
There's other things. Obviously, there's lots of stuff that you won't eat, like obviously meats and stuff, but eggs as well. Do you like it? What?
No, I don't.
Vegan or vegetarian?
Vegan, so it's not any of that stuff.
So you won't have it.
Well, I do eat olives, so that's those are fatty as well. Olives.
Yeah. I think it's just good to have a variation of different foods.
Yeah, as long as you're hitting all the right nutrients and everything, the proteins, the carbs, the fats, then the micros, the vitamins, minerals, whatever.
Yeah, some exercise.
Phytonutrients.
All day. Go out and just do like a brisk walk or whatever. Don't have to go running or cycling, or even go to the gym and do weights and stuff. Just have a little walk or a stroll around the corner. That would help. And to be in a happier mood as well, that's good for your health as well.
Well, it's getting into a happy mood to begin with. I suppose you gotta find things that make you happy, but sometimes sometimes it's the health that actually makes you happy. So it's a kind of thing where if you're unhealthy, that makes you unhappy, but being unhappy makes you unhealthy. So it's kind of this vicious circle in a way for some people.
Yeah, and get yourself some sunlight as well. Sunlight's good for you. Obviously, I don't mean take all your clothes off and get yourself burnt up in the sun, but just being out in the sun is good. Even if it's raining and the sun's out, it's still good for you.
Yeah. Well, even in cloud cover, there's still
interference and being stuck indoors all day.
Yeah, I do go out sometimes. Yeah.
Sorry, you broke up then. Sorry, say again.
I do go out sometimes.
That's cool. And don't believe the Earth's flat and think that the Globe-like tour is gonna solve all the problems. All that's gonna do is have a few people travel around Europe, and I'm not even sure they go around a quarter of what they say they're going to go around, because I don't think they should physically get the funds to do it. They probably got last time looked just under £2,000. So
well, we shall see then.
Sorry, I spoke over. You spoke over me, so I didn't hear you.
I just said we shall see.
Yeah, well, it's the 29th, isn't it? So it's only 8 days away. 7/22. Yeah, 7 days away. It starts.
I was just thinking that. So Globebusters is back on Sunday, you say?
Yeah, they're back on Sunday.
I was just wondering if it's a coincidence that they're coming back on and then that thing's starting.
I think there's more to it than meets the eye, but I'm not going to speculate at this point. But everyone's giving money to Ranty. He's bought a drone. We've not seen any footage from it yet, I don't believe. Although I don't watch his channels.
Well, yeah, people should probably maybe pressure him a bit more, try and get his fans or whatever to try and get him to sort of show that he's not just full of shit.
Was that lent to you?
Pardon?
You had a P900 camera for a little while.
Yeah, only for a month. I had it lent to me and then I gave it back.
Did you give it any good pictures with it?
No, I just kind of just had a bit of a play around with it.
You were down the beach perving, weren't you, with all the women?
No.
What'd you do with it then, Jeremy? Tell me the truth.
No, I just I was just trying to figure out how to use it, so I just kind of pointed it. I just pointed it to the moon or something and see if I could kind of zoom in on the moon or something. But thing is, I didn't have a tripod, so it was a bit kind of hard with like stabilization, you know, 'cause
Yeah, obviously it moves around.
focus and everything.
Yeah, you can get a cheap tripod for like 14 quid.
Yeah, it's just that because I was only having it for like a month, I didn't bother to. But if I was to get one, I'd obviously get a tripod with it.
Yeah, a good tripod's about £50 in the UK.
Yeah.
Good quality one.
I don't know what I'd do with it though. I guess like I could try and see the Isle of Man or something. Or whatever.
You're in Hull, aren't you? Or somewhere around there?
No, I'm in Blackburn.
Oh, Blackburn, okay. So that's in the middle, isn't it, roughly?
No, it's kind of a bit more to the west, like with northwest. Like that's where I'm at. Northwest area, basically. Yeah.
I'll have to look it up. I can't remember exactly where it is, but I know it's like in the middle, but then I thought it was roughly in the middle, but obviously it's off to the left, like you say. Well, screen services started. I have to move the mouse. Anyway, Jamie, I appreciate you doing this these hangouts because obviously Poncho Pete's been locked away in the Lully Asylum, so I can't go on his channel anymore.
I didn't know you still went on his show.
I used to go on there. I think the last one I went on there was December last year.
Oh, so you haven't been on since then, no?
No, and well, he banned everyone, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He thought it was Franny, and he just went completely loopy.
Yeah. Well.
Even Bruce Lee's a woman, apparently. Yes, it was nice to see P. Mars on earlier because not a lot of people like him now, do they, for some reason?
No, it seems to be a bit like yeah.
He's not the porn bomber, the elusive porn bomber.
Yeah, I know he's like done the sniping at the odd time, but like he gets kind of lumped in with the porn bombing, but
yeah, you can't do sniping anymore, can you? Because Hangouts doesn't exist, although you're using it.
well, I'm using
it's
what this one doesn't have it. Well,
no, you won't have a back chat on this Google Hangout because you're using StreamYard, aren't you?
yeah, well, I'm using Google. Well, I'm using a call, but even if they did get in and try to do it, I could always just like shut that off and then start a new one up. So
when you started StreamYard, okay, you put in your email address and they sent you a code. You put the code in, and that gave you access to it. And you have to allow them access to your YouTube account. Is that true?
I think that's how it. Well, I think you just kind of put in your details or something. But why do you think that's a bit kind of?
I looked at it today. I actually didn't download it because nothing to download, but I went through the process of signing up, put in my email address. They sent an email with a code. I put the code in to verify, and then they said we need access to your YouTube account. And I thought that's a bit dodgy. You know, what can they do? Can they edit my videos, block them? I just didn't like the idea that they got access to my YouTube, so I said no. Because I actually do live stream, but I just wanted to learn about it so I could understand it more.
Yeah, well, I could use like the StreamYard kind of like hangout thing, but the last time I did it, there was people that couldn't get in, so I just ended up doing a hangout on it, just like a Google Hangout.
We're just doing a hangout, were you guys? Hey,
it's Jim.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm not too bad, thanks.
I love it. I pushed the muscle. Oh!
Yeah, somebody else made that photo for me.
That's a very good one, that one.
I thought it was quite funny. That's Dow as a footballer, obviously. He's fallen over. He's got a pulled muscle.
Yeah.
Sorry, a push muscle.
I'll push the muscle. Yeah, I love it.
But the funny thing is, he has people follow. He's like, okay, his audience has died off a bit, and he might get 300 now, but he used to get 420. But they believe what he says. That's so sad, really.
Yeah, I mean, with the push and pull thing, yes, there are a lot of things we do that push, but like my argument is, not everything in our life is a push. I'm sorry, no, that's a fact.
I made a meme up of him today. There's this guy, right, in this animated GIF. He's got an electric Hoover. You know, you've got the cord to pull it out. It's all reeled up inside the machine.
Yeah.
And he thinks it's a pull start. So he's pulling hard on the cord. He's got his finger on the rewind button, and he goes back and he pulls it again to try and start the Hoover up. It's so funny. I saw it and grabbed it, and it made it into a Dow one.
It's another good one. Isn't it?
Yeah.
You see? I mean, that kind of statement's going to lead you into trouble because you're just being ridiculous with that. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, he's made himself look stupid. Now he's brought out a new video to try and cover up
the fact that I saw it.
And all his denials. He's brought out this level floor company video.
Yeah, I saw it.
One.
Part 1, yeah, episode 1. I've seen it. Yeah, pretty good.
It was quite funny, but obviously the guy that's doing the video has left the camera on the fluorescent light setting. That's why the colours were funny.
Yeah. But I didn't experience any funny colour actually. I thought it was pretty normal.
No, I thought it was that well off colour.
Oh, a single
I
light.
remember it's Scotland in August, isn't it? So it's quite assuming it films at least.
To me, the video seemed alright. The topic matter, good. This is where you should be going. With direction. Push shit. Come on, man. Splitting hairs and trying to split an atom again. Just playing semantics there. Not everything in life is a push. Not everything. Sorry, I will never agree to that. Everything. It's mad statement. People are putting out videos out there saying they want to do about the push and pull. He's got them doing videos, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't watch any of them.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there doing YouTube videos on the flat Earth, either to defend the flat Earth or to deny the flat Earth. But they all seem to be working together, and you get these different groups come in arguing about the same thing about the air pressure and a dome, and is there a dome? How can you have pressure without a container? And it's just there to just waste time, really.
Well, yeah, it's a distraction, isn't it? It's just it's an unnecessary distraction when we've got so many other bloody distractions that they can be talking about that worth mentioning. They're wasting time on that. I know it. I'm with you on that one. And I'm with you on that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I say that, and I'll be there for 3 hours saying, no, it ain't. So I'm just as bad, really. But I argue strongly, though. I don't just talk it. I bloody live, breathe it, mate.
Let's go to the watch page. See how many. I keep the watch page open now, so you have an extra viewer.
Yeah, I haven't done that as such yet because I was talking to my brother.
Oh, someone's typed, Dow is right about some things. Nobody's perfect. Oh, I agree with you.
Totally agree with that. That's perfectly correct. We all make mistakes. I love Dell. Remember what I just said there, yeah? I love Dell. Can't agree with anything. I've never disliked Dell at all. From the moment I heard his voice and the way he was delivering the flat Earth with Harry and all that, I loved them. And when they split up, it came to a surprise to me, but no love lost between any of them for me.
He was never with Harry.
Sorry?
He wasn't with Harry.
I thought he was with Harry at one point. Weren't they together?
No, he slacked him off a few times, but he never was part of him.
Oh, right, I thought they were together.
No.
No, didn't they go out together once or twice, no?
No, never.
Back. Oh, right. I got that letter over there. Thought they went out together. But anyway, I like them both. And when Del came on the scene, I liked it. Still like him today. Obviously, he's got, people complain about his delivery method. I ain't got no complaints there at all. Sometimes he can be a bit heavy-handed where he's just not giving the person the time to speak and he's just rolling them and written off. He's done that once or twice. But, I like Del. But the push and pull thing, just have to disagree to disagree. That's it. That's that one there. But, yeah. But you're right. I agree with what the man said. He's right about a few things and he's right about a few wrong things. That's how it is. Totally agree with that. We've got 16 in the chat room here. Is that right?
I've only got 9 on mine.
I've got 16.
Oh, 10.
9.
Okay, let me...
Reality creator, what are you doing?
I'm going to have to read it. Well, it got up to 16 at one point, which is pretty good.
Well, it got up to 18, I saw at one point.
18, there we go. We got
So
10.
10 at the moment,
Yeah.
10, you used to get like 80, 90 views, didn't you?
Yeah. Who was that? Rested Soul. She came on, yeah? That was interesting. Jamie. Rested Soul came
Yeah,
on.
Rusted Soul, yeah.
He's from, the US?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have liked to have spoken to her, actually. I wanted to ask her a few questions, but I missed her. Hopefully I'll meet her again. Seen her in the chat rooms in places. She said hello to me. I said hello to her a few times. Rose Sanchez, I think. D Marble, that's what I've seen her a few times. D Marble with Vegan Warrior and that, or Vegan Warrior. Yeah, I've seen all that. But I've just done the inner tube now. I've just changed the inner tube on the bike. Yeah, so it's all done now. Inflated the wheels, both wheels are pumped up. Brakes adjusted perfectly. The wheel is free, level, true, nice.
What pressure have you put in the inner tube?
Do you know what? You see, I know people say go by the pressure as a gauge. I just put what I feel is correct because I know where I'm headed. I know the roads I'm on. So if I'm going to be riding to my student's house, it's all tarmac. So I put the tyre up hard because I've got a suspension on the bike so that the bike rolls quicker. If I was going to go off-road, then I'd drop the pressure. So I can't tell you exactly because I haven't got a gauge on now. But it's pumped up hard now. Hard by that, I mean, yeah, it's hard. Yeah, that's hard. That's, yeah, definitely hard. Front slightly softer than the rear. Bearing in mind, I've got telescopic forks front and rear and the suspension on the rear. Okay. It's not an expensive bike. This one. It's a Hummer. It's good off road, but it wouldn't make a great downhill. Right? I couldn't start going downhill with it, even though I have gone down flights of stairs and I've climbed stairs with it. I actually climbed up steps as well with it. It's good for trails riding and trails. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask Jamie. Do you know what's happened to Vegan Goy?
Well, I saw him made a video and it was saying how his I don't know, I heard something that his think something about his cat or something had died or something like that. I don't know,
Right.
it's something has happened. He made a video kind of explaining what's been going on and stuff. So yeah, he's not really been active much lately though.
I haven't seen him for weeks now.
No.
So you actually watch these guys regularly then, do you?
I used to go on the Vegan Goy show when he first started, yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. I don't know this character. I don't know this character. Doesn't mean I haven't been around a long time. Who knows what you people seem to think. If you don't know this character or you don't know that character, you haven't been around a long time. I can be around but not follow them. You see what I mean?
Oh,
yeah?
Karen's back now, Jim.
Karen? Oh,
yeah, Karen. What's her name? Family United.
Oh, is it back on now?
Yeah, she's back. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What? As Flat of Family United?
Let me just quick click on my
Yeah, Sun and Moon. It's Sun and Moon Family United. Right,
oh, she's moved down in my list because Sun and Moon Family. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well that's cool.
United.
I shall wait for one of her videos, or I might give her a bell on the Skype later, maybe just to see what's going on.
Yeah, she's got a little blue spot next to her name, so she must have done something recently.
Yeah. What do you mean by a blue spot? What does that mean?
Oh well, when you subscribe to someone, when
Yes.
they upload a video, you get a little blue spot next to their name.
Yeah, she has done. She has done. Yeah, but it's
That's done something recently.
that's on the Unscrambled channel, which I don't really go on. I'm not interested in the crimes and deaths and the people morphing and that. So I don't go there. So I'll leave that forever. Sun and Moon Flat Earth related, I'm in there. I'll join you there for sure. But,
Anyway, I'll be right back. I need the toilet. I need to let Gravity set my urine from my willy into the toilet.
No need graphic description, family show and all that. Go relieve yourself. Very nice. Yes, Professor Kazuhiro Hirao. That's the person I spoke to, the professor. P. Mars, if you're listening. Professor Kazuhiro Hirao. Spoke to him on a couple of occasions, I think 3 times. And yeah, found it very, very interesting. So I'd like to hear what you have to say about that. P. Mars, professors don't know everything. Well, then, I'm not saying they do, but at the end of the day, they're a professor. You've got to know more than me. What do you reckon, Jamie?
Well, but the professors, professors will know a lot in a particular area, but then other areas they might not know much.
Agreed. Yeah, well. Professor Hiro is a professor of physics. So that's right up his alley, isn't it? Right on his alley, that's right on his manor. He should know a lot about that. And he couldn't prove flat Earth. And I said, you see, you're a professor, and you can't prove it, so please. My credentials are not really in question here. Because I can be a person who's interested, and that is it. I have a genuine interest. And I've made my observations, prompted by others, I would have to say, even though I did have the idea when I was younger, but as soon as I went to school, I was waylaid, of course. But I came to the conclusions after being pointed in that direction, and then I followed it through, did the research, and I've come to that conclusion. Process of elimination, Sherlock Holmes theory, if you like. We thought it impossible. And what's left makes logic sense. Okay? That's what I said to him, It's been a proper step-by-step evaluation. And if you did the same with your students, you'll come to the same conclusion. The students already believe. They keep asking, why are you talking about flat Earth, the professors? Didn't their lunch break and that. That's what I was saying. So Jamie, you're up late, Jamie. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
not as late as I was the other night. I was up till it was on for over 6 hours last time, so probably not going to keep it going that long. I mean,
when you total up all the hours that you're on YouTube, it's a lot, Jamie, because you did your Jamie's Journey thing, and then you're on air. So you're spending a lot of time on YouTube, mate.
yeah, I'm going to be finishing soon, so.
What's going to be finishing soon?
No, I'm going to be finishing on here soon.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll wait for Fly Bri night.
Yes, I'm back. I've added a new photo now. We need to explore.
Yeah. Yes.
We've got Dower Stonehenge, which looks like what's it called?
Stonehenge is fake anyway. You know that. Stonehenge is fake, isn't it? It's not real. Fake, that's just completely fake. Nothing real there at all, Stonehenge. That's why we couldn't explain how they moved all these boulders and set them up back then. How could they do it? Couldn't do it. It's way too heavy. Wow. Excuse my French. To get it like this, yes, it's man-made. It's man-made, but they use modern equipment to do this. So Stonehenge is a fake.
I've always come to the conclusion that Shakespeare never wrote about it, so it wasn't there during his lifetime.
Well done. See, that's me as well. That makes logical sense. Yeah, because this thing would be spoken of for a long time, and there'd be more evidence, more stuff, more artifacts. It would have to be.
It would be listed in different books and stuff from the past.
Yeah. Although don't get me wrong, all my life I always liked Stonehenge and going there, and the feeling that you get from the people, the love and the affection. You understand? Knowing the business, I loved all that. Okay, but now that I've known it's fake, you know what I mean? You just think, wow, man. See that everything is wrong, man. Everything is wrong. Everything is wrong. God.
Yeah, back in 1976, my dad spent months there underpinning the stones with concrete foundations.
There you go, underpinning. So he was actually working on it.
Yeah, because they were falling over, so they put concrete underneath them.
All right. Yeah. Wonder why they're falling over now, but they never fell over before. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah. And the question is, how did they get them up there? Come on, how? Heavy like that. How would they have got that up there? How? You know that there were ships. These came from up north, didn't they?
No, they come from Wales, apparently. Bluestones.
Well, I think on the internet that I looked at many years ago said that these boulders came from up north, not Wales. Up north.
Technically, Wales would be slightly north of that latitude.
Well, it's north of that. Technically, you're right. But from up north, then I was thinking, where up north would they be able to cut these boulders to these shapes? What did they use to do that? You know what I mean? Quite uniform and curve, and make them curve as well.
They got little bumps on the top of them that sit into holes on the top sleeves.
Yeah. I know.
I've flown over them many times and taken loads of pictures. I've got some really high quality pictures of them and video.
My source is from Campanello, journalism's channel. That's where I got that in. That's my source to coming to the conclusion that it's a fake. Yeah.
Yeah, I live about probably 35 miles from them, so I've been there many times.
Yeah, so you would know this place called Shepton Mallet and Babysham's, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I've heard of that, yeah.
Yeah, I used to go there a lot, deliveries, Shepton Mallet. I like it around there. Nice village, nice people. Yeah, had a really good time.
Yeah.
I always used to get free champagne, Babysham, of course. So
Babysham, yeah, back in the 70s.
Yeah, I used to go there. I was delivering artwork. So obviously, Babysham over the years, they've had their ups and downs. So the artwork I was delivering was their promotion. It's been done in ideas have been drafted up in England, in London. Then they're shipped out to Babysham to okay them to say what they think, and then deliver it back again to the artists. That's what I was doing. So I used to go to Babysham a lot. That's why I know the place well.
All because the lady loves milk bread.
Milk bread.
I'm gonna wrap it up now, guys.
Jamie, appreciate it, mate.
All right.
Everyone who came
long and prosper.
All right.
live long and prosper.
Yeah, you too.
Got respect to those who came in December. Got respect to Face. And what's her name? Ghosted Soul, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get that respect to that.
Not your feet with anything. That's joking.
Yeah.
All right. Right. Peace out, everyone. Oh yeah. Before I just quickly go on about the Saturday, Tom Corner, check out his channel. He's got the video with the email address, so you can go and click on that. He's having a meet up at his place, so you can get the details for that on there. So yeah, again, peace out, everyone.